Okay. Should be almost all good. As you can imagine, it's a little bit of a hectic day for us. As you can see from the stream title, we have a massive announcement, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Let me see, are there already any tracks? That means that this should be online as well. Hello, Philippe. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yes, okay. So the mix is out. That is nice. That means that everything should be posted as well. Yes. Hey, projector, how can I send my tracks here? I think the bot still needs to wake up. It's fairly early in the stream. I'll try a feedback as well, but the bot isn't working. Otherwise, it gives you all of the information. There it is. Yeah, it only listens to me, apparently. It doesn't like you enough yet, so it won't answer to you. It will just answer to me. Anyway, before we get started with all of the feedback and all of that stuff, I have a big announcement to make, and that is that as of today, Eclipse, my label that I started with a bunch of my friends, has signed 5 new artists. As you can see over here, Electrix, DK, Vala, Alvin Tap, and Asbil. And together, we're going to be releasing much more music. As of today, there's also a new mix out, which you can see 3 minutes ago. And that includes a lot of their music. So if you guys are interested in listening to their music, it's obviously all very good. It's going to be in those mixes. Galactrix, how are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you like the announcement. But yeah, this is a big step for us. You can see it. We haven't been too fast with getting out like a lot of music and stuff like that. Especially over the last couple of months, we haven't really had any, or we have like very sparse releases. Not that these aren't good releases, but of course, with just 5 people, it takes some people a long time to actually make some music and get some stuff out. So I hope that this just speeds up the amount of music that we can provide for you guys. So if you haven't already, go follow and subscribe and do everything that we need in order to succeed. Go listen to the mix. It was a very good mix. I spent a lot of time, of course, on it. I actually did record my camera while I was doing the mix. So here you can see me doing the mix, and let me just get to like a point where, because don't remember if there's, yes. So you can see this is the setup for the mix. I just have the camera a little bit higher than I usually have, right? If I go here, now you guys should be able to see the full screen. So the camera is a little bit different than I normally have, and I just have a table back here where I can DJ, and hopefully I can make it so that I can do that during streams. But that is something for another time to actually figure out how that will all work, because with the way that I'm recording, I believe the mix bypasses my audio my audio mixer thing. This thing over here, I think it bypasses this because it has to send more than just 2 channels, and this system I believe only works with 2 channels because it needs to send the main stereo output and then the monitoring output that you normally have on your headphones or your whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's everything that I wanted to say for now. We'll get started with the feedback, and every once in a while I'll just shout out the fact that we now have more artists over on Eclipse, and I'll for the break use the mixes that came out today and all of that stuff. Either way, I can see that we have quite a bit of music lined up for us, so that is what we'll be listening to in a little bit. I guess we'll get started because there's more people here now, so we can just get started. We'll start with Put Me Back Where I Belong. I don't know if that is how you want me to pronounce your name every time. Or Ra. What's that? That's like a grave or something like that, a grave symbol behind it. I don't know, like a cross. I don't know how to pronounce it. Either way, this is Put Me Back Where I Belong. I think we may have heard this already. I feel like I recognize this. I don't like that the bass is such a high octave. I think you can put your bass an octave lower. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the third harmonic of the bass being the loudest. I'm also not quite sure yet if I'm a fan of your mix between like a triplet bass line and the offbeat hat. Like what I assume is the bass doesn't really have any bass frequencies. It's mainly just like a very strong mid-range tone here, which you can even see over here. So the third harmonic is the loudest one, then you have the second, and then you have the actual fundamental, which is the quietest of the, even quieter than this stuff here. There's one hat that is in rhythm with the track and the rest is all on the offbeat as opposed to on either the second or the third, like triplet note there. I like the idea that you're going for, it's just that the bass is fairly distracting, not actually being a bass, you know what I mean? Go by the bass. Go by the bass. Go by the bass. Go by the bass. Living in the laws of them. Sounds very thin in the lows. Yeah, that is my problem with it as well. And that's just the bass because the kick is sounding okay, right? What you're probably going to run into is once you do fix the bass, that it becomes harder to mix the kick and bass together, right? And that you probably need to sidechain more and all of that stuff. But I do think it's beneficial that you make the bass actually like focus towards the bass frequencies. Because now it sounds indeed very, very thin and empty in terms of just the tonality of the track. Other than that, it sounds really nice. I like the way that you're switching up rhythms all the time. I was a little bit worried about the offbeat hat placement on top of the triplets. I'm still not entirely sure if I dislike that or not. I don't think it's like necessarily wrong. It's not like everything is clashing together. It just feels a little bit off that the two grooves are, I guess what's happening is that the mid-range is doing one thing and the very highest frequencies is doing another thing. So it's not you're not trying to like glue together two different rhythms which don't work together. It's more like, okay, if you listen to the mid-range of the track, you're going to get this groove, and if you listen to the high frequencies of the track, you're going to get that groove. I am still not 100% sure if I like that or not. I think I would try, at least for my own sake, to write a version of this track with the hats all kind of lined up with the rhythm, and see if that maybe works better, if that grooves better, because I think it will. I think it will be better if you do it like that. Mind B, welcome. Sophist, Marcel, welcome. 5Sync, welcome as well. Synthetix, Tisla. I think that is everybody that's here. Michael J, welcome as well. I don't know if I said hi to you. But yeah, there's many people here now. That means I should probably talk about this again, because maybe people haven't seen it yet. We right now just posted this, as you can see, 5 o'clock. We're happy to welcome 5 new artists to Eclipse Sound Syndicate. Together, this post with another monthly mix on the YouTube channel, where you can see or you can hear all of their music. But Alex Trix, DK, Vala, Alventep, and Asbil have been welcomed to Sound or Eclipse Sound Syndicate, meaning that we're now double the size that we were before today. I mean, this has been in the works for quite a while, but it's still a massive increase in just the scope of the project. So hopefully everybody supports that and go watch the mix that is over here. We'll put it on later as well and send the links and all of that stuff. Noah, welcome. How are you doing? Nice to see you here. Exactly when I'm talking about mixing and DJing and stuff like that. I also saw the Dada video yesterday or like 2 days ago about mixing or producing in a way that makes your tracks easier to mix. And it is fun that while making the mix yesterday evening, the mix that was posted today, it was like something that you actively then hear, like, oh, these fills aren't lining up. That is interesting. I just heard something about that. I mean, it's still doable. I don't have any like big issues. Restream can't display the emojis. Oh, the text on the stream thing. Yeah, sometimes the emojis, yeah, they don't show up. But they show up for me in the YouTube chat, so I get to see them. Okay, we have some more tracks submitted. Next, there isn't any patrons. For those that don't know, patrons get priority. But there isn't any patrons, meaning that we're continuing with Untitled 2 by Synthetix. This is the second Untitled song he has made. That is very impressive. I've made so many more Untitled things. Is it the only track on this page, though? Oh no, there's another one. But it isn't called the Untitled one, so I feel scammed. I know it's doable, but it's like that last 2% left. Yes, exactly. If the kick, if you're filtering out the kick to the high frequencies and you still hear that click in the fill, it's a little bit like, I don't like that. Nice spacious intro here. Maybe a little bit strong on this area over here and just how much volume this has already. Last part is a little bit empty, some extra one shots, some extra interesting sounds over here would be nice. Nice kick and bass. Like to see it being clean, although the bass line is a little bit loud for the kick. Seeing from the waveform, you can see, like, I would say maybe turn it down a dB or something like that. I generally like my kick to punch through a little bit more. And of course, a tip that I give to everyone, for those that do kick and bass, like for sidetrans, anytime you do it, just add M stereo spread to it. It just makes it sound better. Getting a little bit of a stereo field in there, you're probably going to get like a spread like this or something like that. You're not hearing the effect of the plugin right now, by the way, for those that are wondering. This is just monitoring. This isn't changing the sound that you hear. But if you do use this plugin, put it on your bass. It will sound better. Alex Rix, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. All the label people are here. I sent this Dutch guy my level guide, instruments in DBA. Let's see if he... I'll talk about that later after the track here. I have to focus a bit more, I guess, here. I'm missing the open hat here. I feel like this is energetic enough for there to be an open hat, especially because the closed hat is already there. There isn't really that ticka 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 ticka. If you're doing a build-up like this, what I personally like to do is distort the lead more and more as the build-up becomes more energetic. Because it tends to be the case that in the beginning the lead is really overpowering for the build-up, and then at the end the lead is really underpowering. So a distortion just increasing over time, which is really just the volume turning up into a non-linearity. It's the perfect help for that, because it just matches the volume of the build-up to the energy that you want to convey throughout the build-up. Glad the news is finally out. Yeah, it took a little while, but all of these things take a while to organize. You should have been there before we even before we were ready to support audiologists. Like the stereo play here between the synths. Like some of the synths very stereo, some of them very mono. Again, the bassline could use a little bit of stereo width. Kotek, welcome as well. How are you doing? Here I felt like the impact was... Sometimes I hear this, where when you're rising up and then down again, what you sometimes have is an impact or a riser that is disproportional to the other part. Right? You want your... If you're rising up for a long time and then you want to go down again for a long time, you want the riser part to have roughly the same strength, I would say, as the part that you're downlifting out of, I guess. And here it felt like the riser was a little bit below the rest of the track, and then the impact came, and the impact was really above everything else in the track. So that, energy-wise, that feels a little bit unbalanced. If you say stereo bassline, do you mean like cutting it with a low stop at 200 Hz, like 12 or 24 dB? No. No, I mean taking the mono bassline and stereoizing it with a plugin like M Stereo Spread. And then in that case, you limit the effect, of course, to whatever frequency that you set here. You don't want to do something like this where it's going to even take the lowest frequencies and stereoize those. You just want to take like the mid-range somewhere over here. It's going to depend on the exact texture that you want. Because here you're changing kind of the tonality of it. Because it determines how these 31 bands are spread across this frequency range between like 221 Hz and 15 kHz, right? So you set, okay, roughly where do I want this frequency, where do I want the amount of bands, and then you can fine tune with the frequency the kind of tonality that you get, as well as with like the focus and the higher frequency and whatever you end up choosing. But it's not just cutting something, like you say. I like the track, I like a lot of the ideas that you have in here. I think overall mix-wise, it's good, like balance-wise and that kind of thing is good. I'm missing a lot of the aggression. I think in this case it is still because the closed hat doesn't really come through, if there is one. And if there isn't one, I think you should add one that just goes 16 notes, taka 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 taka, for the indication of the highest energy, right? I think there is one, but it's so quiet that it really doesn't come through, like, at all. And then, but the main point I should say that I have with the mix is that, as I said, it's lacking aggression. All of the sounds feel fairly soft, feel fairly... I guess everything could use a little bit more saturation, if you want to just say it in normal terms as opposed to how I feel about it. And then there's some other details, like I said, about the impact and the downlifter not kind of matching up in terms of energy. But overall, I really like this track. I really liked how, I guess, uniform it was, with all of the elements kind of working well together. There is a closed hat, but it's too quiet, I think. I did hear it towards the end there, so there was a closed hat, but that means that in the parts where it really needs to stand out, it's not audible. So yeah, you would need to turn it up, in my opinion at least. My lead is a bit too thin. Yeah, it's not so much the thinness, because thinness usually refers to like the mid-range being cut out too much, right? If you high-pass filter your mid-range, you tend to say that either, okay, you're removing too many of the mids with like bells and whatnot, or you're cutting too much with high passes. That's not really what I think is happening here. I think you're lacking aggression. I think you're lacking saturation and grittiness to the track, which is something that happens in the higher frequencies. By saturating your mid-range, you get the more aggressive higher frequencies, which is generally a nicer sound. So that is probably where I would look for first. I was using 2 times disperser on different octaves to distort the bass, and it sounds cool. It's worth experimenting. It causes delay on the bass, but you can compensate it. And on the end, M stereo spread. Yeah, and disperser is just your bass processing. It just functions kind of identical to like a variable slope filter, I think. Like disperser, I believe, doesn't do much more than just emulate the phase shift of a filter, and by changing the amount, you can kind of set, I guess, the slope. So I would imagine that it emulates a variable slope, right? Where instead of just having a bunch of individual options, you can like smoothly glide between those. But in terms of phasing, that is what it does, right? So that is just what essentially you have just set up there is this idea. So what you said with the octaves, you would need 3 bands, and then you just set one, say 100 hertz here, or tied to whatever key that you want, and you set one to double that amount. Yes, and produces more plastic plugs on the mids. Yeah, it's your classical phase shifting. What we all do for everything in Psytrance baseline. That is after the envelope on the filter. That is the like everything that follows after that for the processing. Right? It's almost all about phase, and disperser is one way to do it. It implements phase shift in a different way. I don't know exactly how it works. I haven't looked at it in Plugin Doctor or anything like that. But I think from the way that I look at just the interface and whatnot, that it's what I said before with the variable slope filter. Because you can gradually increase the amount of phase shift that disperser does. I should turn this off. I should check if there's any patrons, which there aren't. So that means that we're going to continue with Agnosto here. Mikolo? I don't know. IST, indeed, yes. So yeah, Sweet Hypnosis by Agnosto. Oh, I should play from here, by the way, yes.
Follow my voice.
It's like a big room kick, or not? I do like it. I'm not a fan of your snare, mainly because it's very strong fundamental. This thing over here, that fundamental frequency of the snare, I would remove that. I don't really like the talk that it has and how that clashes with the kick drum itself. I'm not a fan of how quickly you're carving into the bass line of your, or the bass part of your kick. I would probably sidechain this more. Like the kick gets really weak doing that. Also, you should do more dynamics processing, more compression. Yeah, this part of the snare, you want to get rid of that whenever it's playing on top of a kick drum. Yeah, much more dynamics processing is needed here. The dynamics are all over the place for a track like this. And if you want to write Psytrance, you would need much more solid dynamics. It's the bass or the kick that gives it big room / hard style feeling. I think this is a like big room kick idea, but I think they made a kick and then a bass that is playing with the kick drum. I really like these intertwining melodies though. Kick 3 coming in October. Another kick plugin. Damn, everybody's making kick plugins nowadays. Yeah, cool idea for the bassline. Should be implemented with stronger sidechaining, so that the kick still comes through and we can still get the oomph of the sub of the kick drum. Overall, everything needs to be compressed a little bit more, mainly stuff like the leads and whatnot. I noticed that some of the leads really makes the track jump in volume, and that is generally speaking not what we're going for when we're mixing a sidetrance track. So the mix definitely needs a lot of work. It seems like he put the bass right after the kick instead on top. Yeah, he did do that, I think. Or the bass has like an attack to it, and therefore it felt like it was right after the kick drum. But I don't like that. I think the kick should play first, and then the bass line should kind of slide out of that. I like the Audijack kick drum thing. Yeah, and now we also have Kick Ninja, which just came out. I should be filming content for that this week. But now you say Kick 3 is coming. Yes, unveiling Kick 3. I mean, that is just Kick 2 in a new interface, isn't it? I guess it looks a little bit more difficult, I guess, or different, but it's, you can have multiple subs now, and 3 clicks, and it nicely separates them for you or something like that. I don't know. I'm starting to think Steve Duda is worse than Valve before releasing sequels. Hello, Asset. How are you doing? I have heard indeed that it would be a free update. You can phase rotate the kick inside of the plugin now too. Okay. I mean, that's cool. That is useful. I mean, I do that in Audijack kick drum, so I don't really need another kick synthesis, but they are really good for content. So I have another one lined up, and I might have to do a video on this then as well. I might want to do like a shootout kind of thing. Either way, let's continue with some more music. Next up we have Misk. Misk here with No Name Misk 2. I think at least that means no name. If not, then please correct me. But this is No Name Misk 2. Thank you for all the feedback. We'll definitely look into the dynamic processing and the sidechain for the sliding bass. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. Glad to hear it was helpful.
Welcome to the new world, where technology and nature become one.
I don't think I like the absolutely no build up here. I do like that it's very clean looking. Like myself a clean kick and bass. I think the kick could be maybe a dB or so louder, dB or 2. I feel like the bass is slightly too powerful here. Hello Bo, how are you doing? You can also use kick 3 for recreating kicks into presets, so drag a wave file into kick 3 and recreate it as a preset. Yeah, I know. Kick Ninja is also doing that. So that is the next kick plugin that I have to focus on. To create a build-up to introduce the drop. Yeah, in this case I think it's easy enough as like a little drum fill or kick fill or something like that. Just some announcement of, hey, something is about to happen. I've never really liked the feeling of being surprised by the music or being scared by the music suddenly starting to play when I'm on the dance floor. I don't like it, for example, when there's like a fake build-up or a fake drop. You know that, where the DJ, it rises, and then it comes to the point where there's a little fill, and then you think, okay, here now we start to dance, and then there's another build-up until the actual drop. Something like that I really don't like, personally, and this is in the same vein in that the track is telling you, okay, nothing is happening, there's no change, there's nothing coming up, right? Because it just continues to be as it is, and then suddenly the kick and bass comes. Overall though, in terms of production, this is really, really good. I really like the mix that you've going here. I mean, it's a little bit quiet, but that is on our end. I can turn it up, by the way. Honestly, I think Xenon Records will love this kind of stuff. Maybe make the kick and bass a little bit darker if you want to submit to them. But other than that, it sounds really, really nice. That would be side tracks, yes. XO or Alex Zone, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. When doing kick rolls and that kind of stuff, I don't know how you do them, but I would always prefer to do them inside of audio, making sure that they never overlap, so that all of the kicks have a nice amount of punch. If you do them in MIDI, there's two different modes that you can set your sampler to. One is, usually at least this is how it works, there's like a one-shot mode and then a gate mode. And you probably want to choose the gate mode so that you can... so that means that the sample stops playing once the MIDI note stops playing. That is very useful here. Because that means that it will leave enough space for the next transient of the next kick to hit. In this case, it felt like, okay, the first transient of the first kick hits, and then all of the rest is kind of smeared out by the stuff that comes before. Pay attention in kick roll. Yes, that stuff is... I mean, it's the same as cleaning your bassline, right? It's the same idea in that you want to maximize the punch by compartmentalizing everything in the space that it needs to exist in and making sure that it doesn't extend into the next notes or next kick drums or anything like that. Always do the kick rolls in audio. Yes. Same for me, I always do it in audio. I do it always in audio and on a separate track. So that I can, at the end of my production session, I can export the kick rolls on a separate track and then have them separately in my mixing project. That is very useful. Because generally speaking, I also turn them down by a little bit, say like 2-3 dB, with respect to the kick drum, with respect to the kicks that are like the kicks that you dance to. So I'd say save that to the last. Yes, yeah. If you are working in MIDI, keep working in MIDI until you maybe like need to remake it into audio, and then you can, at that point you can even render out the MIDI and just see, okay, this is where all of the transients are, and I can just line up the kicks with the audio part. If you're doing like those speed up rolls and that kind of stuff. Nice, I like that. Make sure that your track has a good fade out so that it doesn't suddenly stop. That is fairly important, I would say. But overall, this track is sounding really, really nice. I like that a lot. No more new tracks here. Next up, we have Dark Eden. I believe they go by a different name here. Yeah, Private Eden. Oh, yeah, your track is private. Private Eden shares a private track and doesn't unprivate the track for me. Yeah, you need to share the private link, the one that you get from not going in here, but the one that you get from like the share button down below. The one that is a little bit longer. So yeah, please update the link so that I can actually listen to the track. 1 second. No worries. Soul, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Dem Upsai, also here. Nice to see you. Fixed. Or did you just make it public? Ah, okay. Perfect. Yeah, then I cannot play it through here, I guess. It doesn't update that thing. Oh wait, this is gonna be... Yeah, we want it to be probably quieter like this. Fairly strict change there. We're changing all of the instruments there, right when the kick hits, and there's nothing that builds up to it or comes out of it. Again, I'm not a fan of snares that have mid-range frequencies that are so boxy. You already have the kick there that is providing all of the transient impact that you need. You just want to get the noise component of the snare for the groove here. Get this stuff out of your sidewind snares that lay on top of the kick, of course. Overall, the mix is sounding good. Open hat is a little bit thin. Feel like that could be either a better sample or more of it. Like this lower area could be included in there. Maybe you're high passing it a little bit too much. So you need to create a build up and watch out for my kick rolls. And the mix, what do you think about it? The mix was sounding very nice of your track. As I said, your track is almost perfect. There's not much more that I can talk about there. So this track suffers from a problem that I see a lot of beginners make, and that they make a really cool sound, and then they think that that sound needs to sit in the whole track. Yeah, here it is again. That FM synth is sitting throughout the whole thing, and there was also like an atmosphere kind of moving into it. This stuff becomes really boring if that repeats every 4 bars over and over and over again. It becomes really boring really quickly to have a track like that where it's at least one element is constantly repeating. In this case, it's also because that element really grabs your attention in the mix. Right, it kind of sits on top of all of the elements that are changing, so it takes your attention away from that, from all of the cool elements, and it just stays on the element that doesn't really change, that is always the same. I think it needs more high frequency. It could use a little bit more high bite in the like 10k area. Ryan, just the link that I just posted, you can just follow that, and there you should be able to find the channel that you can post your music into. I love the guitar that you have playing in here. It's a shame that it's making space in the mix for all of the elements that have been playing throughout the whole track. I do believe the way that the guitar played there was unique, but you do play it the rest of the track, right? You need to be really careful with your having your elements and playing them multiple times, and really not like changing them. What I mean is, what I often hear is that some producers, what they'll do is they'll make like 4 synths, and then they'll write their whole track with those 4 synths, but they'll just have them play different melodies in different parts. That doesn't really work because it's like this, still the same sound. Generally speaking, you want to have one main element per segment, right? But that main element is also limited to that segment. In the sense that it plays there and then it plays never again. So now the guitar is playing again, it's just playing a different melody. And that makes the guitar more boring because we've heard it before. Yes, Marcel, the way I would describe this is like consolidating a few of those points together. It's not about, okay, raise the guitar here, lower that synth there, take 1 FM synth and turn that into 3 FM synths. It is trying to write a track where no part isn't standing out, where no part is ever really boring. In this case, the part that we're listening to right now is completely boring because we've heard all of the sounds before. Right, these are the sounds that have been going on for the last 7 minutes. So there's never in this track there's never really been a moment where it's okay, we drop all of the other elements and then this one acid line comes out and it takes your attention, and that is the thing that you're focusing on, that but not something else. What you're doing is you started the track, created a bunch of sounds, and then created your first loop with those sounds, and then you were like, okay, how am I going to take these sounds and turn them into the rest of the track? That is not the approach that generally tends to work for psytrance, because it's so compartmentalized. There's this one area where there's this one sound, there's this other area where there's this other sound, there's the third area, there's the third sound. Right, so I think you're writing with the wrong approach, the wrong mindset. Too much of almost anything tends to get boring really pretty quickly. Yeah, exactly. There's no way that you can make a sound interesting by just changing the melody for more than a minute. Even if you have variations in the melody, even if you have like a modulation that is slowly increasing in amount or something like that, there's never really a way to make something interesting for that long, right? Because it's repetitive, because it's meant to introduce a trance in the listener. So it's not instruments per part, but more instruments per section. Yeah, if you were to look at one of my productions, say that my production structure is something like this. We have a drop, we have a fill there, and say we have 4 parts here. What you'll probably find is that there's some one-shots in here. So this are ones, I'm gonna call this like one-shots. These are probably like 20 sounds layered on top of each other, always playing once at a time. So there's like a one-shot over here, right? That plays once, and then I put a one-shot over here. That plays once, I put a one-shot over here. That plays once. And I continue like that. So this is the first 16 bars of my drop. Then we go into, so let me turn it off. We go into the next drop. Here I'll have a main element. And then usually what you can do to spice up that main element is take a one shot and say put it over here and over here, like that. You duplicate it over twice. And then say, okay, maybe I'll have a supporting element as well that is going to play in the second half. And then I'm going to look at the next section, and here I'm like, okay, I'm going to need my main element that is going to sit in everything, and that is just going to take all of the attention. And then in order for that element to work, you're probably going to need like 2 support elements, right? Something like this. Let me just make this like a very dark color so that you don't really see them. This is the element that is standing out from the 3, of course. And then that just duplicates over, but again with different elements. Maybe even different support elements. Maybe I'll end up doing something like this, where sometimes, yeah, you can take a support element and make it work for a little bit longer. But most of the times, even supportive elements of mine, 32 bars, something like that, then it's over. Then it just becomes too boring after a while. Then you're like, okay, I've heard this. You really just get done with things. Josh Ali, the Shock, welcome. Nice to see you back. I do remember the name, but I do think it has indeed been a while, because it's coming really far from back in my memory somewhere. I do remember the name. I think you've maybe like commented a few times also on some videos in the meantime, but I do remember your name, seeing that in chat. I'm back with some tunes I posted into Projectors Discord. Nice. Thank you. So yeah, let me quickly see, are there any patrons? I cannot see if somebody is a patron if they're also a content creator, but Dada is not a patron, so that's no reason to let him go first. Are you using a plugin like the Grid Filer or AutoGrid that can really help you save some time? Yeah, one of the things that I want to do is do a video on the more nighttime approach when it comes to sound design, because something that I never do is work with these things. Jam session, where you have these like long files, right? and you just chop out the individual sections from that you want. I see a lot of producers when they're live streaming where they render everything out to audio a couple of times and then they try to get, I've seen Dada do this as well, where they try to get the right tonality of the modulation or whatever, or the right glitch in the right spots. I've seen Ollie do this a couple of times where they just painstakingly, sometimes for hours on end, are sitting with very small like files, trying to really get the tonality throughout the track that they want. But this would be that would be an approach that you could try, is to, okay, make a whole bunch of sounds. In this case, I would say that this is probably not even enough sounds to like make a full track, where we have like 18 all kinds of strange sound design files and that kind of stuff. But I would probably say like you want to probably have more than that in order to do this. And then you can build up a track like that. Them upside, I do this. Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine that the way that your sidetrack sounds, that you would need to do that, right? That is the style where instead of having one main element, it is kind of like just chaos. Imagine most high-tech psytrance like this, but some of the nighttime, I think some of the more, I would say like aggressively synth dark side and forest are like that, in the sense that the forest that has very sparse synth work and stuff going on, that relies more on atmospheric stuff and that kind of thing, that doesn't really need it. But any very full dark side where you have tons of sound going on, you tend to just arrange it like that. Dropped in at the right time, been curious about this myself. Always mentions questions and answers, but the way you explain the arrangement makes total sense. Yeah, I do think Ollie does it differently than me, in the sense that there isn't really a main element like that. As I said, it's more about, you know, taking this file here and chopping it up and like, okay, the first 16 notes, I want this sound, the next 16 notes, I want that sound, and then you just go between files and you arrange an idea out of that is technically like multiple different elements, or multiple different synths and multiple different tracks, multiple different files. But you could say that is all one element. So in that case, your tracks would look, I guess, just like this, where it's just one element throughout the whole thing. If you kind of like ignore this, right? It is just one element throughout the whole thing, but it's made up out of 20, 30 different synths. And I think that's a different philosophy. But for Dark Eden or Private Eden or Marcel, I would suggest first trying out this approach over here. One main element that is individual for a section, that is a cool melody or a cool arp or an asset line or whatever it is, and then some supportive elements that therefore support the main idea. Autoplay, is that the one that I don't have? Because I have from Altar of Wisdom. Altar of Wisdom, by the way, is the person that makes autoplay and autogrid and auto glitch and all of that stuff. Max for Life here. Max for Life media effect. I have the auto grid thing, which is its multi-track version, I think. And I have his LFO is really good, his multi LFO. Yeah, auto gate and auto glitch is what I have. And his multi LFO. This one over here. Those are the 4 effects that I have of him. Autoplay is the one that is very similar to Rhythmizer, which is just put down a MIDI note, have Rhythmizer chop up the MIDI note in interesting ways. You can use these random sounds and turn them into main elements if you decide which sounds should be the main part and then all the random sounds around it. True. That is an approach. Generally speaking, what I hear is if you have the chopped up version, is that there isn't really, there tends to be, most of the time, I'm not saying always, but most of the time it tends to be the case that there isn't really like a rhythm through it or some repetition or something like that. But sometimes you even hear that, where how would you say that? Where there's like half of the sounds maybe that do have a rhythm or something like that. Or you set up a rhythm with a few different sounds that does continue throughout it. Yeah, it depends a little bit on how you view it. It is a different approach still, in my opinion, than just, okay, main element, this is the melody, this is the thing that is going to grab your attention for the next 16 bars, and then this is everything that I need to support it. However, Ollie have collaborated with Altar of Wisdom on some plugins. He made a plugin with Altar of Wisdom, right? Yeah, Altar of Wisdom is not Ollie. They are two different people. Next up we have Marcos Prueba Nueva. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce those things. Can you blame me? Okay. There we are. Prueba Nueva. Tritium. Yes, it's his effect thing. I don't really know what to think of the kick being there before. I'm really not a fan of the mix you have here. Everything seems overly compressed and limited, even though you're not hitting 0. Atmospheres seem way too loud. Kick and bass isn't really coming through. There's no drums coming through either. Not a fan of the fairly long reverb that is on the snare. I like it when it's choppy for this kind of stuff. Not a fan of the kick and bass continuing in the fills when all of the other drums stop. That sounds very odd. I probably don't even have to check if you resample kicking, but you can see the transient even without pausing it. But yeah, you would need to resample your kick and bass because it's bleeding into the kick drum. As you can see over here, the kick drum is being pushed up, so that is going to cause you issues when you're mastering. Is one kick off grid or is the stream lagging? That is deliberate. I was also very confused, but I think that was deliberate of Marcos here. I don't like it. I'm not really a fan of to be honest, the whole track. I think it's very clear that you are a beginner and that you still need to tune your ears, which is absolutely okay. Just like any other skill-based art form, you cannot imagine that you're going to start off making great music. So what I would recommend mostly as feedback, and this is what I would probably say to all of the beginners, is that the most important part, and as much as other people say that, oh, you need to develop your own style and you need to develop your own ideas and whatnot, the most important part when you are beginning out is tuning your ears to what is music supposed to sound like. Because if you don't know what music is supposed to sound like, you're probably going to end up developing a style that doesn't really fit in music-wise, or that doesn't really fit in mix-wise, or in other ways just doesn't fit in, right? And that makes it harder for people to appreciate it, because we tend to not appreciate music when the mix is sounding off. When give a different example. If you're a hip-hop producer and you're mixing the vocals in a way that they cannot come through the beats that you're putting them on, nobody's going to listen to the rhymes that you're spitting because they cannot hear it, right? So there's definitely ways that you can be wrong in making music, even though it's essentially just an art form. So the main important idea is that right now you need to train your ears. Okay, what is music supposed to sound like on my system? And your system may be limited. Maybe you're working with headphones. Maybe you're working like in an untreated room or with smaller speakers or all of that stuff. But as you can see, I'm currently wearing headphones. And as you can probably hear from the echo in this room is also untreated. That is hopefully going to change very, very soon. And I only recently got monitors. I only got monitors at the beginning of this year. Before then, I was also working on speakers. But my mixes were still possible and my music was still possible. It is all about listening to other people's music, training yourself. Okay, this is what it's supposed to sound like. And what I would do, and I've been doing for, I think, almost 2 years now, is every day, like religiously, when I wake up, before I do anything else, I listen to half an hour of music. Maybe sometimes an hour, maybe like half an hour. And of course I do check like some emails and whatnot in between. But I try to listen to just music actively. There's always going to be like a Discord message that pops through or an email that pops up that I need to respond to in between. But generally speaking, I like to just sit here for half an hour, put on some music. I just have my Spotify playlist that I always use. Either that or I really like the 2023 Boom set by Asterix. I think that's a really good set and I listen to that quite a lot. But I also have this playlist over here which you can get to via my artist page. It's linked on there somewhere. And this is all of the reference material that I listen to. It's like almost 300 tracks now. And I just, as you can see, constantly keep adding to that whenever I find new cool music that I like. Still no patrons. That means that we can continue with Demapsy, who has submitted a 149 BPM track. Now, it's not often that you see 149. But Psychedelic Brain, 149 BPM, G sharp. Marcos, Antonio, Sarah, Jarly, okay, thanks for the feedback. You're welcome. I hope that it helps, because I remember how terrible my first 10 attempts at making sidetracks were, even when I was producing for 8-9 years at that point. And then you need to listen more and more and more, and at some point you're going to write sidetracks that does sound good. A bit quiet here. Let me turn it up again. I was hoping the kick and bass would be a bit louder in the drop than it was in the intro. Because the intro feels a little bit loud for the drop then. I feel like the transient of the kick drum isn't always the same. Sometimes it feels like there's a really strong click, and sometimes it feels like there's almost no click whatsoever. Like if you listen to the high frequencies, for you guys it's gonna be worse because there's the YouTube compression. For me there might be a bit of compression, the sound compression, but it feels like it's more than just that. It isn't the standard kind of compression artifact that you sometimes hear. The phasing effect, you mean I think that's like a stereo effect, right? That the stereo wave over. You mean when the filter was going up? I heard that as well. There was like a stereo effect happening there. That may throw you off a little bit. But other than that, I thought that was a normal high pass. Unless you're referring to something else. Zutu Alien. How are you doing? Yes, I think this is the same effect, just static. In that it's not changing up. I think that's just a stereo wave effect. It's actually an interesting way of making that part of the kick and bass a little bit quieter when it's played on mono systems. Overall, I think it's just a more interesting way of transitioning up as well. What I would maybe try and do is have that also come in over time, as opposed to, because it now feels like it clicks on and then the transition happens, right? Zutu a lot. Aha. That was the stereo effect. Yeah, it's a little bit of a strange effect. I like it. What I would look to do is as I said, automate it in over time, as opposed to it at the beginning of the transition turning on and then staying on for the whole transition. Especially if the filter itself is moving like up, like you were sometimes doing. If the filter stays static, then I can see it working statically. That is something that I've sometimes done as well, where in some fills I have the kick and bass still playing, but I remove all of the low frequencies up until like 200 Hertz, 300 Hertz. And then I distort it a lot. And I make it a lot more stereo. And of course lower like the volume in it. But then I keep the filter static instead of moving it around. I mean, other than that, there isn't really much to talk about. I'm pretty happy with how this track sounds. I think I could see the kick being a little bit louder. I feel like sometimes the bass is a bit too loud for the kick drum. Even in this mix, I was trying to hear like, would I turn up the kick or would I turn down the bass? I think I would do both. I would turn up the kick by a dB and then turn down the bass by a dB or something like that. Come back to this data track. No, this is them upside. So it could probably be. That's the style I like. Yes, you guys make very similar sidevents idea-wise. And also, production-wise, I think this is also, you know, up there in terms of quality. I know Dada, whenever I play a Dada track, it's gonna be high-quality stuff. But Dema also has been submitting for quite a while and always manages to submit quite good productions. Okay. I'm gonna be taking a quick break here. There are some more submissions we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more tracks in the queue here. It's Twilight Style. Yes, yes. I have a demo song. Does that work? Yes, you can submit anything. Whatever you want, I'll just listen to it. You can post the demo track on the Discord server. Yes. For those that are unaware, you can type !feedback and usually, yes, the bot will respond with a message where it shows exactly what you need to do. You just go to this channel over here, the feedback on stream. Before posting, of course, click this, read, and make sure that you don't do any of these things. Here, you grant me permission to play on the stream as well as on the subsequent video. So this is copyright stuff. If you disregard this and I get a claim from you, you're going to get a very angry DM of me. This is don't submit works to which you don't fully own the copyright to. As a precaution, any remix, bootleg or edit will not be played. Only submit original work. Again, copyright stuff, that is something that I have to deal with. And here, WeTransfer is the only website that I've found where I cannot play the track in the browser. I have to download it first and only then can play it. So please don't use WeTransfer. There's some other services in here that do work, but I believe also Dropbox and some more of those services just allow you to play it in the browser, which is much easier. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. While I'm on my break, I also want to, of course, let you guys know that recently we over on Eclipse signed 5 new artists. Or we were joined, really we should say, we were joined by 5 new artists. We're happy to welcome 5 new artists to Eclipse Sound Syndicate. Together with this post, we'll post another monthly mix on this YouTube channel, which includes sounds from new artists as well as some of your favorite tracks from us. Be sure to check it out. Welcome Alex Trix, DK, Vala, Alventel and Asbil to Eclipse Sound Syndicate. So they're all a member now, which is of course the huge announcement that is in the title. And during the break, what I'll do is I'll put on this mix over here with all of the visuals. You can already hear the first track, not really anything you guys may know, and that is because it's a Vala track. Why aren't the chapters showing up here? That just needs to get some quick fixing there. You can see this is the reason why there's no chapters there. I need to quickly fix that. Just give me 2 seconds here. So that is 1 hour, 01 minutes, 1 hour, 07 minutes. Save. Now if I do this, it should have the chapters. Yes. Okay, so this is Vala Way to Fly. And that's going to be the first track that we'll listen to. I may have to redo some of the chapters later on. I'll check that. But either way, yeah. So this is Way to Fly. I'll leave that up for the break. And once we can you upload more than 1 track? Yes. So yeah, I'll put on this track. I'll take a quick break, and then once I'm back, we'll continue listening to your music. The projector needs some CS2 time too. No, this month I need editing time. I haven't played CS in maybe like 1 or 2 games every week or something like that. It's terrible.
It's the only way to fly. It's the only way to fly. It's the only way to fly. It's the only way to fly.
What a timing. This is of course a Mine B track, so this one is already on the album, but you can see Electrix over here, DK. Yeah, there's many more tracks from the newer artists. I do think I missed something with the chapters here, so I will, after the stream, have to go back in there. What is CS? It is indeed a computer game that I sometimes like to play. I will wait for other people to put in something new. Everyone should get their time. Yes, yes. I do sometimes, like if there's time constraints or something like that, I do tend to skip people that submit multiple tracks, but right now we don't seem to have too many tracks in the queue. So that is all good. Yes, okay. Sorry, getting a little bit distracted, but we should be getting back on track with the next track, which is Antras with full-on project work in progress. I can play that here. Nice starting sound, a little bit resonant here. Not really big fan of the constant noise sitting in there. That's a bit on the very loud side. Very dirty sounding kick and bass. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the sound of the kick and bass. I don't even know what's happening here too. Why is the first transient being cutting so much? Are you layering like a click on top of it? I would like to see some resampling first of all. But overall there's like a strange tonality to the bass line going on. I can't quite say what is happening that I don't like. But there's definitely something. I like the sound design that is already in the track. I do think that this part is a little bit too low energy synth-wise in terms of all of the drums and all of the stuff that you have. This is much better. This is nice and powerful. Mix-wise, I would say right now it's a little bit too flat, the spectrum. Generally speaking, I like a little bit more of a dip in here so that the hats stand out a bit more. So right now you can see it just kind of trails off like that. Generally speaking, you want it to trail off a little bit more and then have that bubble at around 10k for the hats. This sounds really busy. Here I don't know what you want me to focus on for the listening. The mix isn't really clear in giving me, in that last part, the mix isn't really clear in giving me, okay, this is the main element, this is the support element. It feels like all of the elements, you kind of had them balanced at the same level, which is generally not what we mean with balancing elements. There is always throughout your trajectory as a beginner, I'm not saying that you're a beginner, I think you have been making music for quite a while here, because I can definitely tell that some care was taken to write proper sidetrans here. But I do think that last part as a beginner's mistake, where everybody as a beginner goes through the little period in their production cycle where they think that balancing means that everything should be equally loud. And that is not true. You're balancing according to the priority that elements have in the track. So the kick and bass is the loudest, right? Because we listen mainly to, first of all, the kick is the loudest. 99% of the time that is in a proper mix what you want, because the kick is the part of the track that we are actually like dancing to with our movement on the dance floor. 10 years, but maybe 4 years on sidetrans. Oh wow, nice. I wasn't able to hear that it was that long, but still, that's quite impressive. But yeah, what I wanted to say, we all kind of go through this area where we think that the balancing of elements means that you're trying to flatten things out and that kind of stuff. What you're really trying to do is you're trying to define the priority of the different elements in terms of, okay, what is the most important part? What is the thing that you listen to first, which is the kick? And the second thing is probably the bass line. And the third thing is probably the drums that you have on top, because all of the bass and the drums are responsible for the groove. So the kick is the thing that you dance to. That is, what am I dancing to? The bass and the top drums and all of the percussions and that kind of stuff is the groove. So how do I dance to that kick? And then the third thing is, okay, what is all of the interesting stuff that I listen to while I'm dancing? And that is all of the synth work and that kind of stuff. And even within the synth work, you probably are going to have a main synth, right? That is still part of the groove somewhat. And then there's the supportive synths, your particles, your 16-note sequences, all of that kind of stuff that is sitting there and kind of filling up the frequency space as the main element is doing its thing. And I think that is really what was missing there in that last part. And then before that, yeah, the kick and bass sounded a little bit off to me. And yeah, there was one segment where, but this is still work in progress, so I don't think that is something that you may address yourself as well, even if I didn't point it out to you. But there was one segment where the track had quite a lot of energy drum-wise, right? The drums were playing full, but there was barely any synths playing. So there's a little bit of a mismatch between what the synths are doing in terms of energy and what the drums are doing in terms of energy. Generally speaking, most of the time, they should indicate the same like level of aggressive energy, level of aggression / energy, whatever you want to use to determine that. Next up, we have Dada with Tidal Force. Round 2 of this track. I did show this one before, but I did some changes in the last part for a slight variation. I cannot remember the last time that you submitted the track, so that has been quite a while, but maybe I'll remember it once I play it. Let's see. Nice start. I don't think I even have to check the cleanliness of the kick and bass. I think that will be in order with Dada, but I'll still do it. This is what the kick and bass looks like. It's compartmentalized. Here we have the kick drum. The kick drum stops playing and then the bass starts to play. And then the bass stops to play and then the next bass note starts to play. You want to do that for kick and bass elements with all of the elements. Every little segment of the thing needs to have its own compartment that it plays. Of course, the kick and the bass sometimes do layer on top of each other. But if you look at the waveform, like the classic kind of gallop part of the waveform, it should be 3 compartments. You shouldn't have this note kind of bleeding into the transient that you see over here. I like it so far. I like it. I think the snare still has a little bit of like fundamental left, as I think sometimes those sweeps become a little bit too loud, like standing out that much from the spectrum. I would probably turn it down by like a few dB there. And this is more of a personal thing. I hate it when it happens in my mix, when the snare has a lot of like that fundamental like knock to it, like the toop, because I hate how that lines up with the kick transient. Because at that point it feels like the punch of the kick kind of gets almost always impacted by the snare being there. So what I would do, especially with the snares that line up with the kick, is just high pass it at like 1K, 1.5, something like that. Kick there with a transient that's either cut off or I know that it's like filtered there, but it felt like the first transient there didn't really have a lot of impact. It's, by the way, something that I do whenever I have I'll do that after this. I'll talk about that after this because it needs an example. Right there, what I would probably do is I would probably have a little bit more volume in the part where it dips off completely, and then because you're using the kicks already like before it, right? I would have the volume of the kicks that are like doing the fill, say like 5 dB lower, so that when that first kick of the drop hits again, it gets another bit of impact and people can kind of like jump into that area. I do that even with like the kick rolls that sit in the fills of in between sections. So that like just the kick and bass of the section is the part that is the most aggressive, and all of the other kicks that do the rolls and do anything else than just being the main kick that you dance to, those are the ones that sit back a little bit in the mix, and then when that first kick hits again of the one that you dance to, it's like, oh, this is the sign that I need to start dancing. I know most producers don't do it, but I personally like when that happens. When I also do it for any filtered kick and bass that I have in, say, the intro or the breakdown. Even if it's like filtered only the low frequencies, I'll turn it down by 5 dB, just so that the low frequencies that come from the filtered kick and bass aren't as impactful as the ones that you actually like dance to. It makes the snare sound like an actual snare. Yeah. I know what, yeah, I know that it does that. The only question, I always personally just have a lot of issues with mixing snares like that into my track. I noticed that then the kick starts to lack punch whenever I do that. I mean, it's not as aggressive as some of the earlier tracks that we've heard even in this feedback stream. So it's like, I would say that a small problem or whatever. Maybe even just like a style difference. It's just something that you maybe should be looking out for when you're just mixing this thing, is that, oh, am I actually making the snare sound better, or am I making the more important element, which is the kick, sound worse? there's like another stylistic element or another thing that I can talk about in the same way, in that it's not necessarily wrong. You just need to think about, okay, what are the implications of it? And that is, personally, I like to end these sections over here with a final kick. So there will be like one more kick that closes out the kick and bass phrasing. But I see a lot of producers that actually don't do that, that end on a bass note, and then I always feel like it doesn't really resolve. Right? Because how do I describe it? Imagine imagine like the kick is the thing. The kick is the thing that you move down to when you're dancing, right? Like imagine that, and then the bass hits and you move up again, right? Dunk, 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 dunk. This is generally how we tend to dance. I like to think of it as you need that final kick, otherwise you stay up in the air and you stay flying, and you're not really coming back down. Like in a fill, for example, my fills most of the time end with a kick drum, and then the next section obviously starts with a kick drum again. So you can imagine that then for me it makes sense, because then in the fill you're just taking that little rest, that one bar rest, and then you can start jumping again when the fill ends. You know what I mean? But now it feels like it's a little bit about how it's unresolved. Think about the transition into the next track though. Yeah, it's gonna depend on the other track that you're playing. If the other track also doesn't have a kick there, then you can make a better transition doing that. But I've noticed that most, not really, no. As I said before, most producers don't do that. Have I noticed that most stuff in like my... I was gonna say like most producers that I have in this list over here tend to finish off on a kick. Like if I listen to a fill, most of the fills in some of these tracks in here, of course I haven't studied all of the tracks in that way, but I believe I hear it more with a kick on the end than without it. Yes, at the end of the festival, if he closes out the festival, everybody stays floating. If you place a kick on the one, you'll have two kicks overlapping on each other. Yeah, in that case, it depends on your philosophy, because in this case, that outro is really meant for mixing and moving into the next track. It makes sense not to do it then, right? Because then the next track is responsible for that first kick kind of thing. But then there's technically also not a fill there. So I would say that for the fills it still holds, right? So if you have a fill, say that you have something that looks like this in terms of your structure, then it makes sense. But if we say something like an outro, I tend to do my outros like this. Yeah. Where it's just the whole thing. And then this is the place where the next track would start to play, right? So this is the kick and bass of the next track coming in. It would be the first kick would be right here, and then right after that. Then it makes sense that there wouldn't be a kick over here. I can see that. I was going to talk about something else, right? Which I said like, I need to talk about that after, because I need an example, but I don't remember now. So you're lucky with that one. You'll get away with that. I have forgotten the thing that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, do I remember? No, because I covered how I would lower the kick and bass and stuff like that. That would only apply if the fill would be on a new musical phrase, though, which it won't, because the fills are usually at the end of the musical phrase. I covered in my last video. Yeah, I know, but I do think there's multiple musical phrases in one part of the track, right? Like if I have a musical phrase that is repeating every, say, 2 bars. Do I have a good example of this? Where is... Oh, here. This folder has... I filled up this folder with so many versions of different parts of the track and whatnot. I think this may have like grid synths or something like that. That's a good example. Let's say you have a 2-bar idea. Let's lay it out like this. You have a 2-bar idea, and that is just repeating, right? So there's musical phrase, and then that repeats over and over again and again. I do a different color so that it's easy to see. When you have this lining up with a fill like this, I don't necessarily think that you always have to do something where the fill is like this long to match the musical idea of the synths, like the stuff that you're doing in the middle, because I sometimes like to think of the kick and bass as doing a different musical idea, right? If you just have the straight rolling bass line that is going on and not even doing a melody, right? Just the same note over and over again, then it's kind of hard to argue that that isn't just an idea of one beat that is repeating over time. So then I would see that you would like maybe close that off with a final kick, just to, as I said again, it kind of feels like it closes the idea off for me. It resolves the idea. It feels like a bass note being the last one doesn't really resolve the idea. But this is mainly in like the middle part of the track when you don't have to worry about transitioning into a different track and whatnot. I would lower the kick and the bass in the filtered section. Good spotting. Thank you. It sometimes feels, I wouldn't say hard, but limiting, giving feedback to somebody that has been making sidetracks for like double the length that I have. It does sometimes feel like I'm trying to critique something that is, or someone who is better at the things that I'm doing than I am. You know what I mean? Because I definitely realize that I'm not the most experienced sidetracks producer in this chat room here. It's just that maybe it depends. Because I've had the luxury now for the last 2.5 years that I've basically been doing sidetracks non-stop. And I don't know how many people are in the position where they wake up in the morning, sit down for their work, and all they work on is sidetracks. Right, that's different from somebody that has been producing for 10 years, but those 10 years are only 1 hour at night. I'm also not the most experienced either. I started 2018. Oh, I thought you started way earlier than that. Because I remember seeing your... It's funny that you say this. I remember seeing some of your tutorials when I started making my tutorials, which was like half a year after I really started taking sidetracks seriously. I had produced it before, I would say, but maybe like 2-3 tracks in the year before then. And then I guess in like October 2019, that is where I said like, oh no, I'm going to do this sidetracks thing and I'm going to focus on sidetracks. And then in January 2020, when basically a week before COVID hit, I made my first tutorial on it. And then with COVID, everybody being at home and that kind of stuff, the tutorials went so well that I just continued doing that. So really from that moment, and then I did have another break and I finished my studies. And ever since I finished my studies, which has been 2022, September 2022, so now like 2 years ago, that is when I started doing it full time. So I would say that there's like a difference between somebody that, as I said, is doing it full time or not. But if you have only been producing since 2018, that is very, very impressive. Because I do think your music is better than mine, just for the record. From a technical standpoint, I think you are a better producer than I am. Next up, we have Tornado, who is new here, with the track Boltergeist. It's probably not going to be sideways. I think, looking at like the structure and the waveform. It does have some sidewind sound design in it, so maybe it is. Sounds more industrial than. I do like where this is going. I would take that riser and make it a lot wider though. It's like fully mono. It also doesn't really stop in a point where it makes sense, I feel. It was all rising up to different points. There wasn't really like an impact or like a final swoop that took over and finishes off the rising effect. Kalashnikov trance, yes. Yeah, so the DJing part you have been doing that longer. Okay, that makes sense. So I think, yeah, then it would be fair to say that you have been more experienced with psytrance. Because as I think I've said before, it's a lot of the production is just listening, tuning your ears, getting to know what it's supposed to sound like. And if you DJ for 18 years and then start producing, you'll already have an idea of the sound that you're looking for. It's like some experimental stuff, this, I think. Ah, okay. I don't know how I like the structure of industrial sound, then dark piano almost going into a ballad and then going into a techno kick out of nowhere. There's also a lot of sounds in here that are just purely mono, like there's now a choir in here that is fully mono, which sounds really odd, because of course a choir, if you're in the room with a choir, it will never sound mono, because they're choirs like multiple people. A little bit loud there on that big impact. That is very loud there. I am curious, this isn't resampled. It looks like it is, but it actually isn't, because it, as you can see, it still continues over here. And this part of the waveform is this part, so all of this stuff is happening in your kick transient. I think things are out of sync here as well. Yeah, you can see it, it's out of sync here. You have the thing coming in before the other thing. Hello DK. Welcome, welcome. It's interesting that we have some of these sounds being very, very mono, and then here we have a riser that is like too stereo. It starts to cancel. There's a lot of cool, like, droney sound design going on in here. I like this a lot, but I think that... Yeah, you have some issues, like, arranging it into a structure that makes sense. Because now we're in the high energy part, but there's still like the pads playing that is just there to add extra filler to the slowest parts of the track. So that would be that slow, like, humming pad that is still in here would be an indication of like, hey, this is the part where we take it slow. I'm also not really a fan of the overly dark percussions here. Techno, as far as I know, needs to have sharp percussions around 10k, just like Psytrance, where it's like tss, tss, tss. I made this track with a few of your sample pack, with a few of your samples from my sample packs. I didn't know I was selling techno kicks and stuff like that. I guess the hats and stuff like that do work, yeah. Oh, that's not referring to this track. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I thought that you were the producer behind this Boltergeist track here. "2013, 2014 is a long time ago, mind me. That's 10 years ago." Do you sometimes wake up and realize that 2014 was a decade ago? Like, I remember what I was doing then. His first upload was 6 years ago. Yeah. And that's, I think for everybody that is like doing YouTube now in the Psytrance sphere, Dash was an inspiration when they started. I know for a fact that it's for me like that, but when I got onto his or when I checked out his like videos for the first time, I guess they were like just new, right? So that they would have been a couple of years old by then. But it does sometimes feel like, oh, it's been so much longer, because I now have had this YouTube channel for 4.5 years. So, like, it doesn't feel like I've been doing this for 4.5 years. So even that's it. I guess it feels shorter than it is. You know what I mean? So yeah, Poltergeist, I really like some of the sound design that you were doing. I really like some of the droney stuff that you were doing. I would highly recommend that you would at least have a think about making an ambient album. But yeah, maybe that's something to look into, because the ambience part, I would say, was on point, but there's some clear beginner mistakes that I would say that you made. Mainly the hat at some point just desynchronizing. There was an issue with how you duplicated it, I think. Other than that, there isn't really much to say. Yeah, just listen to more music. The structure was off. I think the structure, the way that it's flowing, you had a very industrial part at the start. What I would suggest is you first start with like the darkest part, the more emotional stuff. Then you slowly morph that into some more industrial stuff, and then from there the kick and bass starts to play, so that the energy is just kind of like flowing up like that. I think that makes more sense. You were spitting out videos every single day back then. Crazy. So that Andrew kind of stopped engaging with his channel. He had a good community around him, but I think to COVID restrictions, he went back into the average Joe work life. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. I think I even messaged him for that video I did where it was 4 producers, 1 beat thing that I did like in January or something like that. But back then, during COVID, I was indeed spitting out a video every single day. Just like I'm doing now. But now I also have to do 2 shorts. So, yeah, no, back in the day, because back in the day I did that for like 3 months. And it really takes a toll on you. I notice now how rough it is again, because I'm doing a video a day again. And just waking up every morning, having to post something, having to have that stress of, oh, do I get the edit finished in time and all of that stuff. Because I record and edit in advance, and then I'm like, oh, but I can do the finalizing in the morning because I have the time for that. And then I wake up, maybe I wake up a little bit late, or I get a few extra messages that I don't expect, and then I'm stressed again. And it just continues like that. This time, posting a video every day for a month took me like 2-3 months of preparation, just not so much getting all of the sounds ready, because I'm doing that right now actually. I still have like 1 or 2 sounds to actually design for the series. But just mentally saying to yourself like, okay, this month of September, this month is not going to be a fun month. You're going to be working hard, because I'm really pushing my limit. Right now it's really pushing the limit, and I hope that gives me some result. To be honest, if you guys want to see the stats, I think I can actually just show you, because I've seen multiple people that just show their earnings on YouTube. I was always under the impression that you cannot do that you're not allowed to show how much you earn on YouTube itself. But I've seen it multiple times now, so I'm just gonna do it. So this is the last month. This is where Sound Design September started. And you can see in terms of views, if I go to like 90 days, it's not much more. Yeah, I'm getting more long format videos, which you can see if I turn on the watch time. So here you can see the watch time just goes up by like 50% or something like that. But the views that I was getting sometimes from shorts, just towards what I'm getting by posting a video every day. So it's absolutely not worth it. It isn't worth it doing it. And I am getting less out of it than I was expecting. I was honestly expecting to grow more out of doing a long format video every day than I'm doing now. So yeah, it's not something that is helping me as much as I wanted to, but it's a fun experience, and I get to get a pack out of it, and that I can sell on my Patreon and whatnot, and make some cool content out of it. And I hope that what eventually happens is that all of those videos kind of combined still sit in the algorithm for a couple of more months, and I'm gonna get some benefit out of it that way. I think posting videos every day only works for news and react channels. Yeah, I think so too. I did remember getting more benefit out of it the last time that I did it, in terms of just growth-wise. But that was also during a pandemic when everybody was sitting at home working on their hobbies. So I think I just have to take that into account. Maybe I should just accept that like growing more than I'm now just isn't in the cards for it. Like the Psytrance community isn't big enough to sustain that. And I've always hated that, because I've always said for it, like the last year, I've been at the point where if I can double my viewership, I would be comfortable, in the sense that I can put some money away for retirement. I can put some money away in some investments. I can put some, I can do some more things than just getting by. And now I'm just getting by, and every once in a while that I want to make a purchase, or I'm switching apartments, or I need a little bit of money, I just run a sale on my Gumroad, and then I get the little bit of extra money that I need to come through it. But it's always month to month, paycheck to paycheck. But yeah, I don't know. I just need to find another way to get bigger, and I'm gonna try to do that through the DJing more. As I said, today I uploaded another live set. I am debating whether I should put the raw recordings of my live sets where I'm just like this, like actually recording myself DJing. If you guys would want to see that on my Discord, and if I should conflict the Discord of me with the Discord over, or sorry, the Patreon of me with the Patreon of Eclipse, in the sense that these mixes go out on the Eclipse channel, right? But they're done by me. So, does it make sense that I were to put the raw format videos up on Patreon of the mixes if the mixes aren't going up on my channel? I don't know. Because I do want to do more with Patreon. Now that I'm gaining actual Patreons from Sound Design September, I've raised like 70 extra bucks a month. That is nice. Like, that is a stable form of income. If I can get that up to cover the increase in rent that I've just now getting to this place, that would be really nice, right? So that I just at least stay on the same level, that I don't go down because I switched apartments. If I were able to do that, that would be nice. But either way, that is not something that I should probably talk about too much on stream here. How many tracks do we have in the queue now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's why I'm scared of going full-time with this. I'm too comfortable with my current job and getting a salary every month for the safety. Yeah, and I can imagine that, like, one of the benefits that I have now is that I am not really tied to anybody. Like, I don't have a significant other, I don't have a child. I can understand that for people that do have those things, that maybe have children or whatever, that it's a much bigger thing, right? Like, living a life where you're mainly making money for yourself and there's not somebody that comes in and hands you a piece of paper that says, okay, this month you make this amount of money and you're guaranteed to make that the next however many months that you have signed your contract for. I haven't signed a contract with YouTube that is saying, like, okay, we'll keep your channel alive for the next 7 years and you're sure that you're going to turn this into a job and it's going to grow and you're going to make a career out of it. I'm still technically like gambling on that. And I still need to do the work to actually make it profitable enough to really count as a job, to say. And it's also nice to have a hobby like that. I know Thor from Pirate Software, he says, like, your 9-to-5 job is where you get to pay the bills and then you take all of your satisfaction out of your hobby. The fact that I'm turning my job into my hobby means that whenever I just want to do the hobby part, which is just sitting down and producing some music, I always have that voice in the back of my head saying, like, oh, you could be editing a video right now. Why aren't you doing that? You could be making more content now. You could be making more products now. You know how much money you would make if you were just consistently working on the things that make you the most money. But at the end of the day, you don't always want to think of your whole day as just forcing it about the money, right? Because at the end of the day, there needs to be some point in the day where you're also taking care of being entertained, of having fun, that kind of thing. And I appreciate a lot your videos, help me a lot in my producer path. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. I'm glad you like them. That is at the end of the day the main goal. It's not that I'm sitting here and trying to say, like, oh, how can I have everything? How can I get you guys to buy as many products? How can I get you guys to view as much as possible? How can I get the most money out of this? At the end of the day, there needs to be a passion as well in order to, whatever you do, if you want to do it full time for your life and you want to turn it into a career, if you're really busy with that, there needs to be a passion for that first thing. Yeah. I think you have to get sponsors and stuff to sustain yourself as a YouTuber because AdSense is quite unreliable. Yeah, my main forms of incomes are absolutely not AdSense. Right? You saw it before when I showed for Sound Design September, making a video every day, I make $130. That's nothing, right? In the grand scheme of things, I don't even take this money into account when I'm budgeting. Like this is the part of the income that is, oh yeah, wait, they sent me that as well. Like the stuff that I use for the budgeting is the Gumroad, is the Patreon, is the students that I have, the one-off things that I do, and sometimes the sponsor kind of thing. That is where the real money is, right? I can get paid $2 or €2 from YouTube for a sponsored video that I'm posting on my channel, but from the sponsor I get $50 or $100 or the free product or whatever. So I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll do these 7 more tracks that I have here, which should lead us to like 3 hours, I guess. 3.5 maybe. After that I'll continue watching how it goes and I'll continue streaming a little bit more. No need to close the queue already. What I am going to do is I'm quickly going to promote my Psytrance mix with full visuals over here. This is over on the Eclipse Sound Syndicate channel, which I'll, as always, link in the chat. If you aren't subscribed there yet, if you haven't seen, today we announced that we signed more people. You can see over here, Alex Trix, DK, Vala, Alventelp, and Asbil have been welcomed to the Eclipse family, and they're going to be in the future posting their music, but already their music has been featured in the mix over here. You can see Alex Trix here, DK, who I think is still in the chat here. So I'm gonna just play this part and I'll leave it play for a little bit. This is a little bit of a shorter song, so I probably won't be back when it's here, but maybe a little bit into DK's track as well. And then after that, I'll be back and we'll continue listening to your music. Or maybe create a booking agency to see if you have more gigs. Is it okay if we talk about gigs and all of that stuff after the break? Please remind me after the break, I'll talk about that then. 1,000 yen. Let me buy you a coffee. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. Does it tell me? That's 6 euros and 23 cents. That's more than a coffee. that's much more than a coffee here. Coffee is just 1 euro. So that's 6 coffees. Unfortunately, I don't drink coffee, so I'll use it for a pizza, okay? If you don't mind. If you really want to, I'll buy 6 coffees. If you're like, no, this is only coffee money, then of course I'm gonna honor that. But otherwise, I'll just use it for whatever. Yeah, I'll get a pizza with that tonight. Yeah, unfortunately, I was back before. Yeah, Swiss coffee. I'll go to Switzerland and get the coffee there. Yeah. Yeah, the DK track unfortunately didn't get played during this break. But maybe I'll take another one, depending on how long the stream goes. I'm having a lot of fun today. So yeah. Buy it for a pizza even though you're Dutch. Yes. I'm getting more Italian. I do realize that I'm more Italian than the average Dutch person in the way that they like think about that kind of stuff. Like a pizza for 6 euros in the Netherlands, you won't get it. I think you'll pay double. But here in Italy, that's just the price for pizza. So yeah, we have left off with Boltergeist here, meaning that the next 2 tracks that we're going to be listening to are Josh Ali The Shock, also known as just The Shock here on Discord. Shock Spheric. I got that right. Nice. So this is Shock Spheric by Josh Ali The Shock. How is it living in the Netherlands, by the way? How's the party scene for Sideways? Top notch, I take it. I don't live in the Netherlands. I live in Italy. Here the party scene is meh. We have some good festivals. We don't have a lot of them, but it's okay. In the Netherlands, I think it will be probably a bit better because everything is more reachable. Like you can just get on a train and drive to the other side of the country. The kick drums that you often hear in the Goa tracks. That is something that could be interesting for this track because it would fit a lot more with the style of some of the sound design and the fact that structurally speaking you're using elements for fairly long, which is something we talked about before with that Private Eden or Dark Eden track where whatever you do sound design wise, whatever you do melody wise, whatever you do just creating an element wise, that element is going to be boring after a minute. Maybe even less than that. I usually go for 16 bars and an element gets boring. Even with all of the modulations and all of that stuff on top. And the reason for that is because Psytrance and Goa as well, to a certain extent, are so based around repetition. That like by nature, repetition becomes boring, right? Repeating the same thing over and over again, that is the definition of boredom. In my opinion, like that is boring. And even a modulation that is like slowly, a phaser that is slowly going up or a flanger that is slowly modulating on top of it, it really doesn't change the key idea of a musical element. And I think even in a lot of Goa that we hear, what tends to happen is that they'll have like, say 2 or 3 acid lines that are kind of like stacked on top of each other. So you will have an element that is playing for 32 bars, maybe, or say even 64 bars, but in some point it is layered with with another element, and in another point it's layered with another element. And really the goal of getting a good Goa track is then to make sure that all of those layers combined are constantly morphing, while all of the individual elements are kind of static, right? The melody is always the same. It's a melody that repeats every bar, usually, for the Goa stuff. So that is really difficult. Old school production Goa was so bad, but that's kind of have a charm though. Yeah, I do like I don't like it for the technical stuff. And most of the time when I listen to music, I like to listen to music that I technically like. But what a lot of people say in that there's a nostalgia factor, but also just the emotion of the music, that is really there with Goa. And that is maybe a little bit missing with what a lot of people say that it's missing with the modern psytrance. I personally still feel like I can find it. But it is true that just those morphing melodies that continue on for sometimes minutes at a time without ever getting boring, that is not something you hear in modern psytrance anymore. It tends to be the case that, okay, you have one element that is this way, and then you have that other element that is that way, and that is really different in a way. And that is where the track stays interesting. Like, okay, here we have this FM synth, now it's an acid line, now it's this crazy modulated synth, whatever it is. They're all kind of different in ways. Filteria Galactic Race is a remix of Lunar Civilization. Filteria. I think somebody mentioned them before, now that you say that name. I believe I had a comment referencing something along the lines of, if you don't listen to Filteria, then what are you doing? It might have been on Conversations with Projector. By the way, Conversations with Projector, I know I haven't uploaded since the 9th of September there. But yeah, I'm taking a break from that because I don't want to also have to edit those. I have started the editing for the next batch of videos that have to come out for that series. But since I'm not streaming during the week either, it's not like I'm missing out. It's just going to be a little bit later. From the beginning of October, I'll start uploading there again. Yeah, but this is the... I listen to Filteria, and if you don't, then you don't know music. So he does seem to have some very loyal fans. The next one is again by The Shock here, but this is a different artist name, so this might be, or is it? Yeah, no, this is different. This is the Etheral Point. Yeah, so I am assuming that this is then going to be a different style as well, maybe? I don't know. It doesn't... I don't know if he's still here, Josh. Are you... The Eternal Point is me and my friend Residence. Okay. I'm a big fan of Goa with modern production. Aha, okay. There is something called New Goa or New Goa or Neo Goa or something like that, which is basically that. That is like, okay, let's say that I'm making an... you know how Mushi Mushi or Adekrom, whatever his name on YouTube is, I know him as Mushi Mushi because that is his name in my Discord server. But how he had a series of making old school Goa the way that they used to do it, but within the DAW, in the sense that he was making Goa in current year or whatever the year was when he uploaded that. I think a couple of years ago. Maybe he's still doing the series. I don't know. But he's using like emulations of the old synthesizer that they would use for the kick drum, emulations of, okay, what is the... Before we get to your track. It is a little bit of a wait, but you'll hear some nice music in return. Here's the first Psytrance track I made. It's also on Spotify. Interesting. I'll listen to the SoundCloud version because that just doesn't have autoplay in there. Trinity by X-Sync. Or X5 YNC. I posted it now in Discord. Perfect. Yes. You're in the queue now, and you'll get feedback as soon as we arrive at your track. For a first Psytrance track, this is already sounding very nice. It's always gonna be the kick and bass. If the kick and bass is all over the place, you'll know that it's really your first one. There we are, yes. You can see kick and bass, no cleaning whatsoever. This kick transient is dying. So you would need to resample your bass line if you wanted this to actually have a nice bit of punch and power. The bass line is also louder than the kick, which is an odd choice, because it's the kick that we dance to, not the bass line. Overall, the tonality though is really nice. Sound design for a first Psytrance track is really well done. Sync, okay. I'll try to remember. Ooh, those drums. The drums are too washed. Psytrance is known for very tight production in general, but also the top drums. They're like very short hats, even the open hat. Generally speaking, I fade out my open hat after the first 16 note that it plays. And then over the second 16 note, I have it fading out. So this right here, the drums just sound like a sidechain noise to me, to be honest, as opposed to like the actual drums. Interesting, almost a techno feeling to this part actually. You can definitely hear that it has like other EDM influences and isn't somebody trying to make like pure psytrance, right? The change from triplet to normal rolling is a little bit of a rough one here. Usually you want a bit of a longer fill at least to transition there. That was a hard stopper. I can definitely tell with this lead. I can see that working at DEFCON. Yeah, you can also hear it in the chords and everything. That is... I do like the moving harp. I like that a lot. But this is definitely a sound that you wouldn't hear on your average psytrance dance floor. Maybe in the more progressive festivals you'll hear something like this. But even there, it tends to stay in one key. We are really scared of music theory. We're a strange bunch of producers in our own little niche area here in Psytrance. I do like this a lot. I think this definitely needs a proper mix for the musical idea to really come out. Right now the lead sounds a little bit weak to me. Obviously the kick and bass has massive issues of cleanliness. We talked before about the kick transient being messed up. You can still see how the kick transient is being destroyed over here. This one is a little bit less, but here the bass is still like way too loud for the kick. Yeah, you can see that the kick is all over the place. Right, this transient is getting absolutely demolished by everything that is coming before it. You want to cut... You want to really get that out of... how would you say? You really don't want to do that, basically. The way that you get rid of that is through resampling your bass line. Chord progression, harmony, melodies. Yes. That is something they use in other forms of music, I've heard. And I shouldn't be talking because my sidetrance tends to be more on the melodical side. Like the more progressive side even. Like I've done chord progressions. Which is rare for us. But either way, yeah, for one, the bass is too loud, but the more important part is that it's just completely ruining the kick here. I also think the kick doesn't get enough space for its sub bass. I would give half the beat to the kick and half the beat to the bass line, where it seems like we're already sliding into the bass line over here, which is way before halfway through the beat. So I really like the musical idea that you have here. It just needs to be properly mixed. Did you know that I offer mixing services for just how much? I don't remember. I believe it's $125. Let me quickly fetch my own document that says so. Yes, mixing services of mine starting at $125 per project. If you are interested in getting this mixed properly, because I do think that this track deserves it. Even though it's not like proper psytrance, I do really like the ideas that you're going for here in the track. I like the way that the track progresses and everything, and I think that it's really being held back by just the mix that you have here. To Aline, my demo song, please. I go to sleep in 1 hour. Your song is not the next one, but the one after that. So you'll easily get that. Nice little finish here as well. I can imagine that this would be a kind of track that you would put at the end of an album with an outro like that, right? Yeah, fresh thinking and influenced by a lot of other genres. I really like that. I have the stems on old Mac, but it's so slow. Yeah, that is annoying. It is a good idea to render out stems if you're going into mixing. For anybody that wants to improve their mixing, the number one life hack that I have is to, whatever you do in your production project, render out each individual sound on its own track and then import that into the DAW again, so that you're only working in audio. Make sure that when you do that you turn on the normalization feature, so that all of the volume balances that you have so carefully crafted inside of the production are completely ruined. That way you are forced to redo them, and you have to think about every element. Okay, what does the volume of this element need to be before you can even start applying EQs and all of that stuff, right? Because what you'll end up having is you'll end up having, like, say 100 stems, and then you import that into your DAW. Don't do that in Ableton, by the way. Ableton doesn't like that. Do that in a DAW like Reaper. It's only $60, so easy. But once you do that, it forces you to think about every element. So I import then everything, and I mute everything, and then one by one I go, okay, unmute the kick, most important element. Unmute the bass. Okay, balance the bass against the kick. Unmute and do my volume balance, do my EQing, do dynamics, do whatever I think needs to be done in the context of just the kick and bass. Then I do the third most important element. Probably say like some of the drums, like the snare or something like that. And so then I mix the snare against the kick and bass that I already have. And then I just go element by element until I am by the most detail of element, by the very last thing. And there I'm like, okay, now this is my initial mix is done, and I've done the volume for everything, I've done basic EQing for everything, I've done basic dynamics for everything, and then I can start thinking about all of the details. And what ends up happening every time is that the mix turns the track all the way on its head in terms of how it used to sound from the production mix, and 100% of the time it's better. Always. So if you want better mixes, export your stuff out of the production project and import them again into a project that forces you to think about every single element. What does it need to do volume-wise? What does it need to do spectrum-wise? What does it need to do stereo field-wise? What does it need to do dynamics-wise? Do I need to do like panning and stuff like that? All of those things you have to question when you're re-adding elements to an existing mix that you already have. Okay, so next up is Reverb. When Time Got Your World Quiet is the next track over here. And then after that we have the demo that you were talking about before. So that is after this one here. So this is Reverb. 11 minutes. Holy shit, this is an anthem. Like the guitar in here. I like everything else being so ominous and then that one guitar just happily plingling away. That's for me, yay! Everybody gets so happy every time that once I start playing their track, it's always nice to see. I really don't know what to expect out of this now that we've had this like intro. Of course, you're a new person, so I don't know what genre you produce, if you're like an ambient producer and this is just the whole track going to be like this, or if you're at some point going to get into a drop or anything like that. And by the way, I don't want to be spoiled. Before you start typing in chat, I don't want to be spoiled. It's definitely building up to something. Ooh. I like that. I don't know if it needs this much sub or just that one kick there. Together with the sidechaining, it feels almost too big. Like you're trying to make ambient but with more sub than your average techno track. Time Your World Got Quiet. That is actually really deep. I like that a lot. With the emotion that this track has, I can definitely see that. In that case, even the sub bass makes sense, because that's the only frequency that you can still perceive, in the sense that you don't hear that, you feel that in your body, right? You gave this ambience track such an amount of sub that your grandfather can still like feel it, you could say. I don't know if that was going on at the time, if you were thinking about like doing it like that at the time, but that is a cool way to think about why this mix is so sub heavy for an ambience track. That modem seed state vibe. Definitely, like any down tempo or chill out stage, this will work at.
I've wondered But in the end, does it even
I love that the vocals are coming through here.
do?
Mix-wise, one of the important things is that you make space for vocals, because vocals are the thing that tell stories in tracks. And the best way to do that is to leave enough high frequency area for them, and that is exactly what you did. Honestly, up until this point I have very few notes on this track. It's sounding very, very good. We talked over the voice, but just for you to read. Sorry. Still time to share a track for your feedback, or am I too late? I'm one of your Patreon members. Of course, there's time for you to share a track. That is going to be unfortunate if you share it right now, because the person that was right after you in the queue was really waiting for their track to be heard. But as a patron, you get to skip the queue. Of course, Aviv, if you don't know, you cannot share your track by just posting in the chat. You have to go to my Discord server, which you'll find the information here. Queue is fine, no rush. Okay. Somebody's gonna be really happy for you with that.
When time got your world quiet, something inside me fell silent too.
I like that vocal, make it a bit more stereo. There's a nice pre-drop sample for you. There will be something said very soon as too. I didn't realize, but I did stop speaking for the vocal for a moment there, in order to make sure that there wasn't more stuff to it. think it has been a while since I've been this silent for a track for like really 11 minutes straight. Everything that you're doing here is just great. It's transitioning from section to section very nicely. It's always staying fresh. It's always staying interesting. I still think it may be a little bit sub-heavy, but that is a aesthetic thing. It's not like it's wrong, right? I think I've never heard really an ambience track that is this sub-heavy, but you're not to the point where it's like overpowering the stuff that is happening on top, which we sometimes saw with some of the Sidetrance tracks. And I think that is because it's a fairly dynamic sub, right? You can see the volume is bouncing up and down. It's really the kick that has the most sub oomph. But like the bass itself, there's points where there's no bass whatsoever, right? There's like very little sub here. So I don't think it's really an issue. Really nice. I like that. To point out that the walls get quiet. Yeah, I like that. I also like the philosophy of really writing a piece of music out of an experience. It's not something that I have done. The first album was based on experiences of mine. But like an individual event like that and writing a track around that, that is really cool. That is very, very cool. Moving on now to the person that asked before if I could please move on to their track because they're dying to go to sleep. You will be happy to know that the next track is going to be Demo, No Master, and Fix Mix 140 Test Zutu Align. Okay, I mispronounced half of that, but I'm sorry. Anyway, Zutu Align, here's your track. I don't know how loud this is gonna be if I need to turn this up. Yeah, definitely need to turn this up. Very sub-heavy kick and bass. So this is the point where I would say that it's sub-heavy to the point where it's too much. Because now you get that continuous like of the lower frequencies, and the lower frequencies should definitely be dancing a bit more. So one of the things I would try to look at is resampling your bassline, making your kick a little bit shorter because it's bleeding into this transient over here. Slightly lowering the volume of your bassline, maybe like 1 dB-ish. And then this subtail of the kick, where the kick just goes up again. I don't know if that is because of the way that you're layering the bass on top of it or whatever, but this results in the like zooming sub. You probably want that rolling off more like towards here, so that the sub definitely becomes noticeably quieter, and then the bass kind of starts to play. No fix mix, sorry. I don't know exactly what you mean with that. Like, are you unable to fix the mix, or is the mix just terrible or bad in this track, is what you're saying? Because if that's the point, yeah, that's what we're trying to critique here. Right, that's the point of giving feedback. I think the percussions are a little bit quiet. Some of the synths have a little bit too much in terms of the dynamics. Now I like that the snare is just noise. I don't like that the snare doesn't really have any impact to it. It still can have a little bit of that click to it. So it honestly just sounds like you're using white noise here. I like the change up here. What I would probably do is remove the like party synths out of this part, so that that melody has a bit more space to come through, and it's definitely a more separate part of the track than the rest of it, because now the FM synths and the like party synths and all of that stuff, the squelches and whatnot, they just continue the main idea that was playing before, and I would probably have this part of the track then focus purely on that melody part. Like in this point in the mix, I don't hear a kick transit. I hear a bit of the punch here down below, but even in the part that isn't layered with the snare, where it should be clear, right? Where it should just be top. That high frequency click that you want out of the kick just isn't coming through for me. And I think that the reason for that is that you're trying to focus a little bit too much on the bass here, on the low frequencies. Generally speaking, for sidetrends, if you have this harmonic, the same loudness as your sub bass, and then you take care of everything above that, the bass will just work, right? Really, you can just make sure that this harmonic and this harmonic are the same level, and then you just take care of the mid-range and the high frequencies, and that is how you mix your sidetrends, right? Because the low frequencies, apart from the cleaning and all of that stuff, the stuff that you do in the waveform, the balancing of the spectrum is really easy. You just look at the lowest two harmonics, and everything above that doesn't really matter too much. If you, of course, go like up here, then that is wrong. But if it just somewhat fades in the right way up until like the higher frequencies, that's all gonna be good. It's just that you mainly want these lower two harmonics to be like the same level, because right now you just get that like hummy. And honestly, other than that, mix-wise, there's really not much that I would change. What I would again try to do is maybe compartmentalize more ideas in the structure a little bit. In that, okay, this is the part where I focus on the melody, this is the part where I focus on FM synth, this is the part where I focus on the squelches. So right now it feels like you're using all of your elements throughout the whole track, and that means that they quickly become boring. Miguel, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Brandon, also welcome. I assume you already know of Projector's Pack. Yes, if you're here, I assume that you also know about my preset packs that are available up on my Gumroad page, ! Products, if you want to learn more. Like that. That should still work. Yes. Either way, yeah, the main problem with this track, I think, is the lower frequencies here. I think that is the biggest issue. And then the second thing is that, like, it's not necessarily wrong, right? In the sense that if you get the lower frequencies right and you kind of get that balance right, then I think that this track will work on the dance floor. Like, it's not uninteresting to the point where people will start walking away, but you can definitely make the track more interesting by compartmentalizing ideas a little bit more. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more tracks. Right? Yeah, 5. Should I do 3 hours and 18 minutes? Would you guys be okay if I do another break, then do the 5 tracks, and then maybe stream for like 4 hours-ish? I think I'll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think I can do that. I can get to 4 hours here. If I do another quick break, and then from there we'll listen to the last 5 tracks. Okay, so as I said, I am going to take then a quick break. Of course, you guys won't be without music, as there will be a DK track playing, one of the new artists that we recently signed over on Eclipse. For those that aren't following Eclipse yet, please go do so. We can use all of the support that we can get. Do a break, I need to walk around a bit, been sitting down several hours in a row. You don't have to be here. I'm not forcing you to. If you need to go and take a break, you guys, like if I need to take a break, I have to walk away, and then that lowers the quality of the stream. Of course, your input is also, if you're not there, you're also lowering the quality of the stream with your fantastic input, but you don't have to be here. I'm not forcing you to be here. Like, I have to be here in order for the stream to exist, but you guys don't have to be, technically. Would doing one-on-one lessons help? Help with what? Done cleaning the kitchen. Nice. I'm taking a break. I will also be taking a break. Once this track is finished playing, roughly around that time, I'll be back. And then we'll continue like $100 an hour for private lessons. I mean, I do them for half the price. But I don't know. It depends on help for what. Because I don't see any earlier messages of yours. Either way, as I said, I'll be right back. If there is some questions in regards to private lessons, you can always ask me privately, by the way. On my DM on Discord. But yeah, I'm taking a break now, and I'll be right back. What a immaculate timing as always. Just transitioning into the next track here. Transitions right into the intro because this one doesn't really have a breakdown. I paid a guy from Brahmasutra. That got me started, but it was like 3 hours for $50. That's cheap. I charge, so the way that I do private lessons for those that are interested is, again, this information is available on my website, which is bad. Like I made this myself, so it's not great looking, but it gets the job done. And here it says you can book a single session for $50 an hour, or you can book multiple sessions, which is like at least 3 of them, and then you get $10 off the hourly price. The reason why I do that is because it is beneficial for me to get the people that want at least 3 lessons, because those tend to be the people that want regular coaching, and giving them an extra benefit, of course, helps me in that it secures like long-term income. So that is the reason why just one single session is more expensive than if you book multiple. And of course you can book via Discord. That will get you in my Discord server, and then you can DM me. This might be a direct link to a DM with me. I am not certain. Or you can send me an email. Yeah, so for those that are interested in that, I can teach you what he taught me on the weekends for free, but only be a starting point here, but probably be better off learning from projector. I don't know if depends on how much you know. I mean, free information is still nice information. That's not true. Not all free information is good information. Next up we have, again, Reverb or Speedwiser. I don't know which name you want me to refer you to. I'm gonna refer to you as Reverb because that's written here multiple times. We all have time, but not for what we love. Okay. Another epically long track here. I'll turn my volume down for this. It may have also been on for the break, so it might have been distorting a bit during the break, but that was on my end. That is not actually the track. Yes, it's you again. Nice lively percussion loop here. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that vocal. And the kick and bass mixing over here. Yeah. That's an issue. This is a big issue. I don't even think the bass line is trying to get out of the way of the kick. Yeah, you can see the kick on its own. It doesnn't really even have sub bass, so we're lacking the of the kick drum here. You can even see it in the spectrum. Often what you'll see with dance music is that rolling down the spectrum of the kick drum, right? Which is really just the pitch or the sine wave that is the kick drum moving down the frequency spectrum. I cannot even see that here. Like it barely comes above the harmonics of the bass line, or it even doesn't. Right, so I think here somewhere in that like lower mass is where the kick punch comes down, if it even reaches this low of a frequency, but that should be above it. Generally you want your bass below the kick, because the kick is the thing that we dance to. Speedwise is my junk account. Okay. You consider this junk though? Like fix the kick and bass, lower the sub here. You talked about before, right? How you probably want your first harmonic and the fundamental and the second harmonic, you want those to be around level. So you definitely want to lower the sub probably. I don't think you would need to up the second harmonic, but that sub, that fundamental, you can lower that down a bit. And then you can properly sidechain it to the kick. Make sure that the kick has a decent amount of sub so that it punches through.
If not, you will find excuses.
I mean, it should be okay mix-wise. It's for the sharing stuff. Yeah, I know. I'm also joking around. The door of my studio just opened anonymously, and now that it's going dark, the room behind it is very dark. That scares me. I'll try to continue this. Oh no, Data is crashing. He is spamming out random memory addresses. Just put on some lights around the house. Again, you guys need to buy more products if you want me to have more money to be able to do that. No, I'm just kidding. I could, yeah, I could leave some. It's just that when you start streaming at 5, you don't think about it because everything is still lit up, and then once you finish, everything is dark. But once the stream stops, that won't be a problem anymore. I think there was a random click there. I noticed this. Sometimes we have that from the analyzer itself where it messes up, like that last one was. But I thought it felt like there was like an actual click there. This is again, if the analyzer changes size, I think it happens.
You will find a way.
Yeah, if we do that, you can see it. There's like a click in it. Right, so it might have been that, but I thought I also heard a click, like in the actual sound there for one time. Maybe our ghosts are friends. Yes, I think they are. I don't know about. I was trying to make another joke there, but I don't know. This is what 3.5 hours of streaming does to a man. You stop. You run out of jokes. I like it's not even a snare or a clap that you're using here, it's like a percussion that is on the 2 and the 4. Tuck, tuck. I do like it though, it's like nice and groovy. I think there's like a little bit of slide to it, sliding into the kick drum, right? Like that. I'm not sure if links are allowed though. No, unfortunately links don't work in YouTube chat. If you want to put them anywhere, you can put them over on the Discord in like the resources channel or whatever. That way the people that want to find that can actually find it. I think snares and claps are used in every track, so I'll try something new. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, it depends on the type of music that you're going for, right? In this almost blend of sometimes ambient music and still a little bit clubby, you can get away with that. I don't think it would work in like your average sidetrance track that I produce. Cool that you noticed with the slide. But I do have a pretty good ear for those kind of things. I have been doing this for 12 years now.
Bass.
I don't think I'm a fan of the vocal, to be honest. I think that a track like this, where there's so much emotion in all of the melodies and that kind of stuff, where you have this random, fairly dry vocal coming through, is a little bit of a strange contrast to me. I would probably have like a more like a lush drum fill kind of thing, maybe. And then it goes into something like that. I think here's something on that vocal that you can do is have the delay come through a little bit more when the vocal is playing, and in general put some reverb on it as well, because it was lacking some reverb. But in a track where everything is this wet, full with delay and reverb, and you're building this like melodic soundscape that is slowly evolving, having something come through that is really dry and isn't placed in a room where the rest of the track is, sounds a little bit off. So some vocal like that definitely needs like at least a reverb for it to sit in the mix a bit better, and then a delay a bit so that it's not like, okay, here's the vocal and then after the vocal plays the delay comes in and then it starts to play. That is something that you'll hear in pop production, where they duck the delay and reverb behind the vocal quite heavily so that the main vocal comes through more. That is usually done on like vocal stacks and harmonies and backing vocals and left takes and right takes and all of that stuff, as opposed to like your main vocal delay. Here you don't really have that. You just have a vocal. So if the vocal starts off not being delayed and then suddenly the delay comes in after it, it sounds a little bit unnatural. So for that reason, we can do a little bit of that, maybe say like 2-3 dB of ducking on the sidechain compressor that you tend to use for that. But don't go overboard where it's like, okay, dry vocal and then vocal stops playing and then here's all of the ambience that the vocal is now having. And I got you, drown in reverb. Not drown it in there. You still want the vocal to come through, right? But you want to be placed in a room. Definitely for vocals, I recommend not making too long reverbs. We can go through some of my favorite vocal reverbs, but generally speaking, I always stick with the small spaces here in M Turbo Reverb. For those that don't know, M Turbo Reverb is the only reverb that I really use. And it's the only reverb that you need, because it comes with all of these different algorithms, right? And then within the algorithm, you have the type of reverb that you want out of that. And then you can dial in, as you can see, quite a bit of parameters over here. You can do the ducking over here if you want to, or just general dynamics, I guess, because you can set this to before the reverb even happens. So I guess this is just a compressor that you have. I don't know, this is probably only on the wet signal though, I'm assuming. But yeah, so then this is the reverb that you're dialing in. But if you're not happy with the amount of customability that you have in there, you can go in here and then you can set the individual early reflections if you want to. So here you have the early reflection. If you want to say like, oh, I want this early reflection to be at 16 or 15 milliseconds as opposed to 17, you have that possibility. And if you really want to design your own reverb algorithm, you could just type that into here, right? So that's the cool thing about this. And that is the reason why I only use this reverb. I never really go in here. I think maybe once or twice to set up some different EQing in here, but I never play with any of the parameters in here. This is way too advanced for what I try to do. But still, the reason why I use this reverb is so that I have, this is the reason why this is my only reverb, right? Because it's just so customizable. But when we look at all of the presets that I tend to use for like vocals, say, it's probably like small room, studio, character room, and wine cellar. And we can check the lengths here. So this is 500 milliseconds, half a second. This one is 600. Wine cellar is 600, and then character is probably, also 600. So you can see, like, when it comes to reverbs, length-wise, I will probably stick to something like this. And even here, if I put this on vocals, most of the time I'll have to, I think with the wine cellar that is okay, but yeah, if it's studio like this, I'll have to turn this down to say like 20%, 30%. That is kind of the reverb that you're dialing in with the vocal. Just that hint of, okay, this exists in a room, in a space, but never really drowning it out so that you can still understand what the vocal is saying. Okay. Next up we have Acid Monkey here. So the next one, Acid Monkey with Synthetic Temple here is the next track. I'm a little bit confused because there's like reverb track, different track, reverb track, different track, reverb track, but that's okay. It kind of just goes on like that. It's like alternating. So yeah, Synthetic Temple by Acid Monkey. Oh yeah, M Turbo Reverb is quite expensive. It is like 250 bucks, I think. It is worth it, in my opinion. Like, it's the only reverb plugin that you ever need, but there's probably better options available if you're tight for money. I like it. I like it so far. Nice kick and bass. I would like to see it clean though. You can see this transient being messed up all the way. Kick transient being messed up a lot here. So you can get more punch out of it if you want to. Forgot to light my incense during the break. I'll have to do that after this track. I like it. Sound design wise, I think it's good. Mix wise, it's spectrally balanced. The hats could be a dB quieter, but more importantly, they could be a bit tighter. You could use a bit of compression to dial in a little bit less like fade out to it, if you know what I mean. Honestly, what I would probably do with hats like this, if I have hats like this in my mix, is I would gate them with a zero attack gate, right? So, if you want to see how that looks, of Of course, you're not going to hear the result here. We're not listening to this audio here. But what that means is a 0 attack gate is where you set up a gate. No RMS length, no look at you could do if you want to, if you really want the transient to come through. But you can see 0 milliseconds of attack. And then instead of doing any compression, you're just gating out like this until it starts to like clamp down on the release part of the hat, basically. You just want to set a threshold like this, and then you set size and knee and all of that stuff to however aggressive the gate needs to be. I like that he's like slightly sliding into that crash. I think that beat there is a little bit too loud. Whatever synth that is, you could turn it down by like 2-3 dB. I think also the closed hats, I would like them coming through the mix a little bit more. I don't like that the main FM synth that is sitting in here, sitting below the asset line, is completely mono. I think I would have made the asset line the more mono component and the FM synth the more stereo one. Why does it feel like after every 4 bars there's one open hat that is louder? The last open hat of every 4 bars. I hope it will do it again in the next segments. If not, maybe go back into the other or in the stream to hear that last segment. The last open hat of every 4 bars felt louder to me. I don't know, it's every bar. Is it? Yeah, right? Like this is definitely showing up louder as this, and this as well. And then this is the louder one, and this is the louder one again. Yeah, so every last hat of the bar is significantly louder as the first 3. I don't know what to think about that. Seems like an additional hi-hat to keep the groove. Yeah. Would I do that with like a hat like that where it just becomes louder, or would I layer in a certainly different sounding hat? I would personally probably do that with layering in a different sounding hat, as opposed to just making it sound louder. I don't know, maybe that is what he did and the hats just aren't different enough between each other. Overall, I like the track. It sounded very good. I do think that there's a few details that I've pointed out that could be improved. Mainly the cleaning of the kick and bass. That is the biggest thing that is holding me back here. And then some slight things in the mix that I would also improve. Yeah, I am going to close the queue now because we are crawling up to 4 hours. That means that there's 3 tracks left, with the next one being Reverb and RVR second alpha timed. For those that don't know my pronunciation,
I used to think we were living in a simulation.
Those vocals sounded a bit overcompressed. You could hear the noise floor rising up. Did you OTT those vocals by chance? RVR is also me, so it's a solo work. Okay, you collaborated with yourself. Interesting.
Now I feel a little better that we're probably not. The argument for it was,
Hello, Neil.
you get a real universe, and then people in there get really smart, and they program computers, and they create worlds.
It's like techno psytrance here.
They're fake.
I do like the overcompressed feeling of the vocals, but I would recommend that you gate them before you compress them so that the noise floor doesn't become audible.
I used to think they're fake.
I don't know that I like that extreme of a sidechaining on like predominantly like mid-range elements. Right, you hear that it's almost like it's gated to 1/8 notes at some point. Honestly, what I would probably do
I used to think we were living.
is take this bass note and set this bass note as the same velocity. I think that that's a nicer groove than having just the last bass note come in like that. Or the same volume to this bass note, basically. I think the offbeat bass is so important for the groove that I would probably do that over what you're doing here. Maybe even like switch around the volumes is a better idea. So you get tum 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 tum, that kind of beat going. I feel ashamed to show you compared to all other tracks. I mean, this is great. It needs a few details fixed, but the production is nice. It's sounding very good. Like even your spectral balance, I don't think you need to tell me that this is a perfectly balanced spectral-wise track. Here you're getting into the part where I would say you're over-compressing a little bit. Right there in that fill, it felt a bit over-compressed. There was like a riser that was getting squashed out. But even here in the drop itself, it's loud, but it's clean loudness, so that is nice. Could definitely give maybe a little bit more space to the kick and bass away from the main leads, especially here when you have a few of them and they're all kind of rising in volume. That is where you're starting to over compress on the master. I mean, there were a lot of Synthetix tracks which are so crazy good compared to this. I mean, maybe, but I don't like to compare tracks like that.
Simulation.
In the sense that
Colleagues did some more reading, and now
you probably have a different idea of what Psytrance is than, say, Dada. Right? Dada has
you get a real universe, and then
a different idea of what Psytrance is to him than what Psytrance is to you. So
people in that world
comparing tracks like, oh, this Psytrance track versus that Psytrance track, this one is better because it's more Psy or it's better produced or whatever, it kind of
there's the real,
misses the mark of what music tends to be.
except the last one, which is still working on it. Eventually we'll get there. All right, slow and dark. Chances are you're going to hit a world that's simulated. That's us.
Here, it sounds like you're quantizing the vocal.
Simulated world where everybody thinks it's real. So either we're the last of those worlds that's still working on it, or we're the first one, which is actually real.
Either way, it sounded like his vocals were either sped up or quantized. If you can leave it, it's probably a good idea not to do that. Also towards the end, where the rises were the loudest, the vocals had a little bit of a hard time cutting through the mix. And here these pads need to be big stereo. That's how genres are born, I think. Exactly. Yeah, this vocal and pad is sitting in the middle of my head. This needs to be big, this needs to be stereo, this needs to be out there. This is the epic moment. And the way that you get epicness in the mix is to make it wide. Here, put a little fill in there to signify the change of the drums. Generally speaking, you want to give people a rest every once in a while. My golden rule is like every 15 bars, the 16th bar is the fill, so that my sections are 16 bars long, which is nice to count.
Feel a little better.
But the 16 bar, at least, that whole bar, I give the people a little bit of a rest. And that is also where things like drums starting or stopping happens. So that is an indication of the change that is about to happen in the track. Right now the drum just stops. And here it just kind of starts. You don't always have to do that, but even when I introduce like a drum halfway through a section, I'll usually have like one kick where the bass is missing, so that there's a little moment of, oh wait, something is happening, and then it actually starts to happen. Definitely getting into over compression there. You can probably hear that effect of the kick drum once the kick drum starts slamming the limiter of that riser that is already so loud, going like, right? Go back to that part of the track and just listen for that effect, and then you'll hear what I mean. That element, that mid-range element there, is starting to overpower. Turn that down by a bit. Little snare roll here, and then it finishes.
And the people in that world don't know that they're fake.
Here, for some cool dramatic effect, what you could do is put a delay and have its input gain all the way down until he says the of fake, and then you automate it up on the F, so that the delay kind of repeats fake, 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 and that kind of bounces away. That's a good way to maybe extend the vocal like that and start a little bit drier, right? Because then the delay with the input volume down a bit it won't be producing so much delay, and then when the fade comes in, that delay just becomes bigger. Of course, I would personally resample this, and then probably from this oscillation on, fade it out to 0 dB so that the transient of the kick can just nicely come through. What might be happening is that you're high passing your master channel, that you did resample it and high pass your master channel, because the bleeding doesn't seem to be that excessive. If you're making any music where the low frequencies are important, it is probably a bad idea to high pass that in the master. And even just high passing your kick or your bass on their own individual channels is something that you probably don't need to do. I think also here we're getting a little bit over compressed. Even though you're not really like smashing anything, because your kick is slightly dynamic, there's going to be like some points where it's going to sound over compressed within the beat, let's say. I'm not so experienced with sidetrans, so every single word you shared is super important. Thank you guys. You're welcome. Honestly, if you're not too familiar with sidetrans, then a video that I would recommend is my ultimate guide. You would need a free afternoon for it, because it's like 3.5 hours, but it explains everything that you need to know in regards to the kick and bass from a theoretical standpoint. I'm assuming that anybody's familiar with my channel will know what I mean with my ultimate guide. But there are some people that have never seen that video, even though it's like my third most popular video now, and it's been less than a year old.
Or we're the first.
Cool stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. You said you weren't too impressed with it, but I think it's sounding great. Okay, next up we have Johan Rero, also known as VR, I guess here. My Psy jacked with the Desert Ride. Let's see. 4 minutes, 32 seconds. Man, this ultimate guide is super. Thank you. I don't think I'm a fan of such a strong click, especially on the bass line. I'm also not a fan of so many elements already playing right from the start. I would probably build this up over a little bit of a longer time. Having a fill here would be nicer if the kick and bass stops playing for a little while. Now it does it in a little bit of a random spot. I like this melody a lot more than the melody that we had before. Also, the lack of click here is a lot better sounding. Yes, wash is a lot loud, way too loud. Vocals should be a little bit more upfront, those synths can definitely be in the background. To be honest, the synths at this point I should just remove because they've been playing for so long that they become boring. Generally speaking, when you have a fill or anything that is not the kick and bass, you want your waveform to go down a little bit. I noticed in 2 or 3 fills where the waveform just stays flat, like the same level. That is usually an indication that the stuff that is happening in the fill is too loud. I do like the different grooves that you use, so you definitely have that down. I also think that like the lower frequencies of the kick and bass is sounding really good. It's just the texture that I'm not a fan of in the higher frequencies. I guess for this kick drum what I would do is I would first of all low pass it at 10k-ish so that you don't really have that really nasty click in there. And then I would try to get rid of a little bit of a 1000 hertz there. I'm not a fan with what happened there, where we're not filtering through the bass line itself. I would do that only through the lead and not through the bass. The transient of the kick could use a shaving, yeah. Honestly, now that I think about it, somebody that has been producing for 9 months, this is very good. Because tonally and mix-wise, or at least somebody that has been producing since... did you start Psytrance in January or did you start producing in January? Because if you started producing, that is very impressive. Because like the tonal balance is getting there. What is often the hardest part for beginners, the like balancing every frequency throughout the spectrum, is getting there for you. Is Michaela still there? I don't know. I haven't seen her in quite a while. Ever since you talked about the lesson is the last time I saw her in the chat. For 9 months, this is really, really good. Yeah, 100%. My tip for you would be to improve from this is think about the structure a bit more. What is often a good idea is to just open up a couple of tracks inside of a project like this. And even here, you can kind of see the structure existing. In that, if you zoom in, you can see where all of the fills are, right? That there's a fill over here, there's a little fill over there. You can just see like that dip in volume there. You can see like a slight dip in volume here. Of course, this is a massive fill. You can see that. And here we have, I don't think this is a finished track, so this isn't the best example. But you can probably get the idea of what I'm trying to go for here in terms of where fills are and that kind of stuff. Yeah, here you can see it. Even without really zooming into the waveform, you can see one over here. You can see there's like a slight volume dip here. This is where there's no kick and bass. You can see there's going to be a fill there. This is a fill, right? This is a pause. There's a pause right here. There's a pause right there. There's one right here. For you guys, it's maybe a little bit harder to see on a small screen and with YouTube compression and whatnot, but hopefully you get the idea. If I zoom in, you can definitely see like, oh, this is where the kick and bass is, this is where the fill is. This is where I want to give a little pause to the listener, and it goes back into it. That is one exercise that you can do. The other thing is, as I've said before, any beginner, I recommend that you every day listen to psytrance for at least half an hour on the system that you're producing on, and try to get a feel for how it sounds. For you, it's not really what you should be looking for. It's not really the spectral balance, which is what most people struggle with. But for you, I would say that it would probably do you good if you listen to a little bit of okay, what is the sound design about? What is how do the sounds actually like sound? Not how are they mixed together and that kind of stuff, but which sounds are actually used within the track. Okay, then we have the last track. Absolutely wonderful stream. It's so awesome. You're welcome. It is going to be the last track of the stream. So this is After All This Time, I Am Still Legendary by Reverk. I mean, with the first 3 tracks that you've submitted, you're pretty much there. So that's nice. It is a little bit of a shorter one, this one. So just 8 more minutes. Now I'm making it sound like I don't like you guys. The title of the last one is not correct. It's called After All This Time. We both are still legendary. Yeah, it should be that. Not much to say. I hear a choir coming in. That choir should be here. Stereo-wise. That's the only thing I've up until this point. Right now I hear it like a ha kind of thing. I hear that right in the center of my head. That should be the epicness that is coming from far away, right? That should be big. That should be stereo. That should be not hear me being small and mono. That is how you can think about the stereo field in very rough terms. If you want something to sound epic and big, and even to a certain extent in your face, you want it to come from everywhere. Come from the sides of your head, not just in the middle of it. Which is what mono sounds tend to do, especially on headphones. This is really good. Again, that pad that is sitting currently mono in the center, that is one of those epic sounds that should be big. Also, I think that the hat could be a little bit lower in frequency here. It could be like how we before had that talk kind of snare, like a talk, because there's nothing else really going on in the frequency spectrum. If you want to keep it this hat, then definitely don't pan it to the left. Sounds a bit strange for the only frequency or the only material to be that high in frequency to be like slanted to one ear. Yeah, that wavy synth that you're hearing now that goes like zzz, that one that is also completely mono. That should be the side stuff. Because the piano should be the more mono part. That is the stable part throughout the whole track, and then you have like the choir coming in, and at this point you have the synth coming in. So that can add the, you know, that grows, and then it also widens the stereo field while it does so. Turn that part down a little bit, so keeps in check. Now talk as much as you want again. You just wanted me to hear or let them hear the transition. I do think it's a good transition, yeah. I do like where this track went. I do think that the track would need to resolve then again, so that like towards the ending it again goes to the more epicness in terms of the pads and all of that stuff that we heard before, which I hope happens towards the end now. I guess mainly to have like a flow through the story, right? You start with the more epicness part, and then it goes into this like darker midsection, and then it comes out of that again. I don't think I'm a fan of the hats being as stereo as they are here. There was one hat that really felt like it was coming basically away from the plant. Like the plant was making the hat while I was listening to it in headphones. So that feels a little bit off, because generally speaking, for one, we tend to stand with our faces towards the performers. So a hat that comes away from behind you sounds like it isn't really part of like the performance in a way. That being said, this isn't like a rock song, right? So it's not like we're using spatial stuff in the exact same way. But I think still the basic idea still holds, and I think that's also the reason why, for example, in Psytrance we tend to never really pan our hats, right? The main hats that we use, the closed hat and the open hat, those groove elements, those main drivers of the groove, they tend to be more mono and in the center of your hat, because it is one of those main elements, right? So I think musically this track is really nice, even though I would personally suggest that the arc of the track goes through that first instrumentation, then into the darker spot, and then to finish off like the story of the track, that we go back to the like more epic instrumentation, and then we take it to the last climax of the track, as to say. Right now it feels like the track kind of went like this, and then it went this, and then it kind of just stayed there. You could go like this, and then stay there a little bit, and then finalize on one more climax and one more move upwards, basically. That being said, so other than that, I think the musical idea is perfect. And even if you don't do that, it's just a difference of taste, and it's just a difference of the story that you want to write. So it's not like wrong in any musical way, right? But it's just my preference. But I think in the mix, there's a few small things that you can do to take this track from already pretty great to absolutely excellent, right? And there's hopefully all of those details I could point out to you. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming. That is the end of the stream. I have no more content, so I'm going to leave you guys here. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. I hope that you guys also enjoyed the massive announcement that we had today. Of course, everybody, you can go over to the Eclipse channel. Let me link it again. And there you can hear the almost 2-hour mix that I just posted. Let me get a timestamp with, or get me a link without the timestamp. There you go. Please go listen to that mix. It would really help the channel if you guys would just to listen to it. It gives us a nice amount of watch time, which is always helpful. And it just overall helps the project. So yeah, that's going to be it. I hope that you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys again in the next stream, which is still probably going to be the next feedback stream. I'm still quite busy with just creating the content for Sound Design September. But hopefully from the week after that, that is not much. It's no longer happening so much that I cannot stream during the week. I was going to say, like, I'm going to slow it down for right after Sound Design September, but the 2nd of October I have a video that I have to post that day, so I guess I'll just continue. I get like a 1-day break from making the content, but maybe after that, yeah, and then there's one that was supposed to go out on the 3rd, but that was the Kick Ninja thing, but they released their plugin 2 weeks earlier than expected, so I am out of that cycle, unfortunately. Like I'm not part of that release cycle. That is usually nice when you get to post a video on the day of release for a plugin, because then everybody is intrigued by that new plugin and they want to know, and you get more views out of that. So I missed that cycle, but I'm still going to make a video because that is what I promised. So that will probably be the 4th or the 5th of October. Then also today I want to message one more person for a video on their thing. Lots of content still to come. Either way, I hope that after next week I'll be less busy during the week so that I can stream again once or twice during the week as well, and we can do other things than just the feedback. Even though I really like these streams and they're nice and chatty as well, it tends to be the case that the best conversations happen when I don't have to like listen to music all the time and focus on it. If I'm just producing myself, I can talk on the side and chat a bit more, and that tends to be a little bit more interesting. Either way, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again in the next one.